Good morning. Welcome to the Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023 Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting. I'm now calling the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Here.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner, Precinct 1.
Present.
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner, Precinct 2. Gary Fickus, Commissioner, Precinct 3.
Here.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner, Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes quorum.
Thank you. Today's invocation will be led by Pastor Corey Smithy from North Elevation Church in Mansfield. Please rise for the invocation and the pledges to our flags.
Commissioners, Judge, let us pray. Holy Spirit, we invite your presence into this court at this time. And I petition you, Lord, on behalf of Tarrant County, the commissioners, and our county judge. I pray in part with the psalmist in Psalm 72 that you, Lord God, would give our leaders your justice and your righteousness, your wisdom and courage. I lift up before you, Lord God, each agenda item and each county department before you today, and especially all the employees of Tarrant County and those that are represented here today, God. We come to you in Jesus' name, and I pray that everyone's agenda will follow your agenda and that we will live united as your beloved community. I ask all of this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. You may be seated. Well, we have a special day today with Tarrant County Employee Appreciation Day. You probably saw coming in here, those that didn't know, out on the front lawn. We are excited about that and have a big day ahead of us. Do we have some announcements, GK, for the agenda?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. So, members of the court, as the judge was speaking of, one of the things that we're going to do today is not only Employee Appreciation Day, but as most employees refer to it as Hot Dog Day. And so we're going to be going onto the front lawn of the administration building at about 11:55 this morning. We'll be recessing, going there in order to go through the various activities, and at the conclusion of that event, we're then going to come back and continue our court meeting. Your Honor, members of the court, we have a large number of items on the agenda, so I would like to start with the administrator's section and go to item number 1. On item number 1, we are going to hold action on that until we come to the appointments of various boards and commissions. And once we have accomplished the different appointments, then we're going to ask you to take action as it relates to the Tarrant County Historical Commission. Also under the administrator section on item number 3, this is a discussion and possible action concerning our texture software programs. We do have a briefing item on that issue also, and we've been asked to go ahead and hold this until after that briefing item. So we'll be briefing you during the briefing section, and then if the court desires to take action, then we have it agendized so that you can. Also, members of the court, under the district attorney's office, this concerns the county's participation in the opioid litigation. That is a consent item. We're going to remove that from consent, and we will take action on that item after closed session today. Also, under elections, which is the next one, we have some revised data that we've included in your red folders this morning. Whenever we get to that point, elections will be discussing that and going over those particular issues at that time. Also under facilities.
Is that a consent thing?
No, it's
not on
just
consent.
that additional
Gotcha.
information.
Okay.
Also, members of the court, under facilities, under G2, which is a professional services contract with GSBS Architects, We are going to remove that from consent and we'll take that when we get to it on the court agenda. As we get to purchasing, items J8, this was the annual contract for juvenile. We are going to hold that for 1 week until the next court meeting. Item number 10, this was the mainframe extension for 1 month. We did go live on Texas Court today, this weekend, and therefore we are not going to need to take action on that. So we'll be removing that from the agenda.
Go back to the one right after building. The architect, what was the one that was removed, that was moved for 2 weeks?
It is item J8. This is RP 2023-100. This is for the community-based detention services for juvenile services. There was some information on the court communication as related to funding, and we're going to have to come back to you in 2 weeks on that one.
Gotcha.
Okay, and what was the item, the mainframe item? I think that should stay. I see it. It's
That is item J10.
10.
The approval of Sixth Amendment for 2017-057. We are not going to ask court to take any action on that particular item.
I would leave that there, is what I'm suggesting. I would leave it. I would leave the item there.
Oh, it'll stay there. It's just that we do not intend to ask for anything.
Oh, okay.
But it'll be there for the court wants to talk about
Okay,
it.
thank you.
We also have on item 10, this is the Roman numeral 10. This concerns bonds and certificates of self-insurance. We do have one today, that be one as it relates to the county auditor, and the district attorney's office will be making that presentation.
All right.
I believe that's it.
That's plenty.
I apologize for that. It's been we're moving pretty quickly on certain things. I will tell you that with the departments, as we go into this 2-week cycle, we're really trying to stress that we capture all this information in the first week so that we can dig down a little deeper. And so we're just refining that process.
Okay. All right.
And, Your Honor, we do have a large number of audience participations, and as we go through the agenda, we'll point those out.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioners Court, any announcements?
I have one. So we'll have employee appreciation today on the lawn, as everybody heard. But for those in Precinct 4, we're also going to do a cookout tomorrow afternoon. So if you work near the Northwest Sub Courthouse over there on Telephone Road, please come out. And if you're in Precinct 4 maintenance, we're going to do another one on Thursday. We recognize some of our folks that are out in the precinct miss the one downtown every year. And so we're going to do something a little different. But if you're out around Northwest, the Northwest Sub Courthouse, please come out tomorrow at 11 o'clock, and we want to celebrate our employees then too.
All right, thank you. Anything else, Commissioner?
Yeah, I want to thank all the employees with Tarrant County and the TechShare employees that came up from Austin who worked all weekend to take TechShare live. I was amazed at the camaraderie and just the spirit in which they went about their job for the benefit of all of us. So thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, do we have a motion to approve the minutes from last meeting or any corrections?
Move for approval.
All right, we have a
Second.
motion to approve, a second. Do we have any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. There we go. All right, passes 5-0. Next up, a resolution on Leadership Fort Worth 50th anniversary. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Judge O'Hare. Leadership Fort Worth is one of those institutions in our community that obviously has existed for 50 years, but over that period of time, it has trained leadership across our communities for service in Tarrant County. I've been trying to think back to what year I participated in this program, and it was somewhere in the early 80s, I believe. Harriet Harrell was the director then, and she's nodding her head. But at any rate, we celebrate the longevity of Leadership Fort Worth in this community with the following resolution. Whereas, since its inception in 1972, Leadership Fort Worth has committed to building a stronger Fort Worth by creating meaningful connections through programs and events based on the principle of community trusteeship. And whereas Leadership Fort Worth graduated its first cohort in 1973 and now celebrates its 50th anniversary in 2023. And whereas through 3 adult programs and 1 youth program for 8th grade students, Leadership Fort Worth has graduated more than 4,000 participants, with over 1,200 of those being leader kids. These programs help ensure a strong pipeline of leaders across the community to make Fort Worth a better place for everyone. And whereas Leadership Fort Worth provides Fort Worth with diverse and enlightened leaders and envisions a community where everyone has the opportunity to be a leader and to serve the greater good. And whereas Leadership Fort Worth alums hold elected offices, it operate businesses, lead nonprofit organizations, and serve the community and do much more to make Fort Worth a better place for everyone. And whereas Leadership Fort Worth is one of the oldest community leadership development organizations in the United States and serves as a successful model for other programs. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners' Court of Tarrant County, do hereby congratulate Leadership Fort Worth upon its 50th anniversary celebration and for its continued commitment to creating leadership that is invested in its city and county. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 2nd day of May 2023. And with that, I move approval of this resolution.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the resolution. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks.
Here today to accept this resolution is the current director Jennifer Trevino, Executive Director of Leadership Fort Worth. And since she is present, if you don't mind, I will also invite Harriet Harrell, the previous Director of Leadership Fort Worth. Such a great continuity of leadership of this great organization.
Commissioner, while you come down, I also want to recognize Commissioner Fickus. Thank you also for being an alum of our organization. We know we have several in the room, so if anyone wants to join us, we'd love you to be part of this celebration as well.
She can employee who's taking them now? She's taking them all. I think so. Gotcha.
He says that.
I think so.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Brooks, Commissioners Judge. Thank you all so much for honoring us today. It's a privilege to serve as the Executive Director of Leadership Fort Worth for just over 2 years now. And as you all see, I have big shoes to fill with Harriet Harrell, having led the organization for 25 years. So as we get ready to celebrate our 50th anniversary in June, it's a special time. We are so excited that we have so many great leaders coming through our programs from all over our community, serving in so many different sectors. So we have 14 different sectors represented in our class right now. They're super excited to be part of the 50th anniversary and this monumental milestone for our organization. There's so many great organizations that are celebrating great milestones across the community, both businesses as well. But we really do take it to heart that we are charged with helping to foster the leadership pipeline across our community. So both from a civic engagement standpoint as well as our business and neighborhoods across our community. And so with this, we really do thank you all so much for celebrating with us. One special note is one of our 8th graders, who is a leader kid, alumni, from 1998, is currently in our Leading Edge program, and she also works at Tarrant County College, works for one of my classmates from 2009, and the Chief Operating Officer's office there at the district. So we really are seeing that succession planning and that pipeline come to fruition, and so thank you all for celebrating with us today.
All right, thank you all very much. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Many of you know that this Thursday is the National Day of Prayer. Vicki Phillips is the Executive Director for the National Day of Prayer in Tarrant County, and she is unable to be with us because her mother is in the hospital, so please remember her in your prayers. But joining us today is her husband, Mike Phillips. Mike, you here? Mike, I'm going to read this proclamation, then if you'll come up after I'm done and we'll present it to you, and probably somebody will take pictures out there somewhere. In 17 the time of prayer when forming this nation. They stated faith and prayer were fundamental to the formation of this nation, giving strength, wisdom, and peace to mankind. And on March 30th, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln signed a congressional resolution calling for a day of fasting and prayer during the Civil War. And in 1952, Congress established an annual day of prayer during which people throughout the United States were encouraged to pause in repentance and intercession for our nation. And on May 5th, 1988, President Ronald Reagan signed Public Law 100-307, designating the first Thursday in May as the annual National Day of Prayer. In April 2011, the U.S. Court of Appeals' Seventh Circuit upheld the 1952 Congressional Act proclaiming the annual National Day of Prayer to be observed nationwide. The 72nd Annual National Day of Prayer theme is Pray Fervently in Righteousness and Avail Much. The theme scripture is James 5:16. Therefore confess your sins to each other and pray for each other so that you may be healed. The prayer of a righteous person is powerful and effective. It is fitting and proper to give thanks to Almighty God, acknowledging our blessings, yield in repentance, ask the Lord to lead us, give us the wisdom to pursue Him, and ask that we flourish in all the work God has for us in the days and weeks ahead. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize Thursday, May 4th, 2023, as the 72nd Annual National Day of Prayer in Tarrant County. And if you'll come on up, Mike, we'll present this to you.
I second your motion.
Okay, yeah, that's a motion. We have a second. All in favor, please cast your votes. And there we go. All right, passes. And Mike, we wish your wife some of the best. We pray for her. Thank you very much. And feel free to say a few words. Thank you. Please.
I'd just like to say a couple of things. First, I want to thank each and every one of you for seeking God's wisdom from above, from heaven, on everything that you do in your rule and authority, because the Bible says, when the righteous rule, the people rejoice. And so we thank you that you seek God's wisdom first. Second, I would just like to appeal to everyone that can hear me. Prayer, God hears our prayer, and God answers our prayer. When you drive by a school this week, pray over that school. When you drive by a police station or a fire station, pray over that place. And pray for those who are in authority over us. It's not hard to know that our nation needs prayer, and we need God to come down and touch our nation. So I thank each one of you, when you think about it, just say a prayer. And this year, the National Day of Prayer will be at True Vine Missionary Church in Fort Worth, led by Pastor Jack Crane. And y'all are all welcome to come there on Thursday from 11:30 to 1:30. Thank y'all very much, and God bless everyone.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have a proclamation declaring May Older Americans Month. And we have several people here today that are going to be with us to accept the proclamation. Dr. Sarah Ross, Dr. Kniebel, and Lisa Buck from UNT Health Sciences. Bobby Arthur with the Haltom City Senior Center, Vicki Atchley with the Watauga Senior Center, and Sonia Howard with the City of Euless Senior Center. So I will read our proclamation. Tarrant County includes a growing number of older Americans who contribute their time, wisdom, and experience to our community. It is important to acknowledge the sacrifice and contributions older individuals have made in our communities for the benefit of our families, county, and nation through their labor, leadership, and mentoring. Tarrant County recognizes the need to create a community that uplifts the organizations and individuals that offer services and support to older adults, bringing them greater independence, longevity, dignity, and Tarrant County desires to foster a community of strength by creating opportunities to share lived experiences and learn from each other, engaging older adults through education, recreation, and service, and encouraging people of all ages to celebrate the resilience and know-how demonstrated by many older Americans. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim May 2023 as Older Americans Month in Tarrant County. So come on up if you're here. Come on up the podium, and anyone on our Commissioners Court that might see themselves as an older American, you're welcome to join us down there.
Second your motion.
We have a motion and a second to approve approve the proclamation, please cast your votes.
It's 59.
All right, passes unanimously. Come on down.
You want to be part of this group. You do. It's for older Americans. Come on. He's in.
So on behalf of myself, Janice Knabel, and the University of North Texas Health Science Center for Older Adults, really want to thank you all so very much for this recognition for the month of May. This year's theme at the national level is called Aging Unbound. And I really have to thank all of your efforts for so much that you do for our seniors in this community through different fairs that you have, Senior Synergy Expo, certainly Commissioner Brooks, your Healthy Aging, conference every summer. And we're so happy to partner with you out of the Health Science Center because it really does take all of us in collaboration to try to meet the needs of older adults. And what I saw today with you all supporting us, we're happy to continue on our journey of trying to provide education, care, and services, and we want to continue to partner with you. And thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate this.
Thank you. So Commissioner Fickus has an event for seniors every year. It is coming up later this year on what day?
On September 28th. It's empowering. It's called Empowering Seniors, and it'll be at the Hearst Conference Center.
And Judge Whitley started an event called Senior Synergy, and we will be continuing that, and there'll be announcements and things coming out soon, but Rachel is working really hard on it. Our event is going to be on Thursday, August 31st, so we hope all of you will attend. Again, thank you all for being here and for what you do.
And our 9th annual Healthy Lives Matter Alzheimer's Symposium will be August the 17th at the Trinity River campus of Tarrant County College.
Great. All right, thank you all. Okay, next up, our employee recognition time has come this month. So what we do here is we ask all of the employees that I call out your names with 5 years, 10 years, 15, and 20 to all stand together so we can honor and recognize you. So here are the 5-year employees. As I call your name, please stand. Judge Bill Brandt, Georgina Seha, Brian Cole, Lori DeAngelis Griffith, Victoria Ford Oblon, Brenda Granger, Imelda Lopez, Mario Mendez, Neil Mondragon, Kendra Penny, Chase Renteria, Robert Russ III, Bethany Sanchez Vasquez, Amber Topolsky, and Melissa Wright. Thank you all very much. We appreciate you. All right, for our 10, you may be seated. For our 10-year employees, Please rise as I call your name. Jason Archibald, Melissa Askey, Juan Balderramos Jr., Brock Barnett, Tiffany Blackman Kleins, Larry Cox, Judge Mary Tom Kernut, Kevin Fletcher, Robert Floyd Jr., Jeannie Job, Deborah McLeod, Jonathan Mullins, Brian Naranjo, Diana Pasqua, Jody Ragsdill, Akila Reynolds, Scott Shelby, Tammy Shepard, Christina Sims, Anson Tang, Christopher White, and Jimmy Wright. Thank you all. For our 15-year employees, please stand. Ray Barrow, Lisa Carlton, Preston Cunningham, Christopher Edelman, Billy Hahn, Michael Opdahl, Thomas Sanders, Elvira Simpson, Tracy Schrader, Sierra Tripp, and Sarah Van Tassel. Thank you all very much. And to our 20 years. 20 years with Tarrant County, pretty amazing. Please stand. Christina Chavez, Janice Daniels, Virginia Garcia, Keeman Malone, Mark Porter, and Mark Thielman. Thank you all very much. Congratulations. I have been very impressed with all the employees I have met with, their dedication to serving Tarrant County. It's pretty remarkable to see the number of people that have been here this long. All right, now for our 25-year employees. Officer Robert Hooks, are you with us? Officer Hooks not with us today, Robert Hooks. So he has been born and raised in Fort Worth, graduated from Keller High School in '96, has 4 kids, lives now in Fort Worth. He's been a detention officer all 25 years. He works in the inmate services of the chaplain's office, and he is in charge of the county's GED program. This was pretty cool. The thing he likes most is helping the inmates graduate from high school. He had a kidney transplant last year, was born with only one kidney, with one kidney, and I think it was the chief of police of Springtown's daughter passed away, and that's his kidney he ended up with. So she was in an ATV accident at age 15. Pretty sad, but amazing how that works. And I think we all know our Senator Kelly Hancock had a kidney transplant from his son-in-law. It's amazing what they can do medically. Robert Hooks is his wife works for the district clerk, and his most memorable moment, like many others, was when the tornado hit. So let's give Officer Hooks a round of applause. Okay, is Stacy Pickett here? Hi, Stacy. So Stacy is from Fort Worth, raised in Arlington. Lives in Arlington now. She has 2 degrees from Texas Tech, so get your guns up for those of you who are tech folks. I know Phil is already excited over there. 2 degrees, social work and sociology. She's been with CSCD for 25 years, always in the probation department, and she's been a supervisor for 19 years. She feels privileged to serve the citizens. She trains probation officers. I wrote these quotes down. It was so cool. I love my people. She said that a couple different times. And she said, I'm just a real loyal, proud employee. She is a world traveler. Get this. She has been to 5 continents. And she is going to continent number 6 in January, Antarctica. So and her favorite place of all is the Philippines. So, Stacy, thank you very much for 25 years. We are so grateful to you. All right, Eddie Price Jr. I did not see Eddie. Is he here? Okay. So, Eddie has been in juvenile services for 25 years. He was born in Kansas City, Missouri, and moved to Fort Worth when he was 8. He graduated from Prairie View A&M with a degree in criminal justice, has 3 girls, ages 10, 16, and 17, lives in Fort Worth. He also has on the side a financial education business and wants to continue that once he retires from Tarrant County. His most memorable moment was when the first resident in juvenile graduated from high school. And what he likes the most is his coworkers are like a family to him. He has a love for helping kids. He also loves to travel, and his favorite place is Jamaica. And I always give everyone an opportunity to ask me questions, ask questions about what's going on in the county. And Eddie was just incredibly dialed in to things like budget and taxes, and so we had a great discussion on that. Wherever you are today, Eddie, we appreciate you very much. Thank you for 25 years in juvenile services. All right, now we have 2 30-year employees. Dana Quintana, where are you? Hi, Dana. So Dana's a little shy, so I won't be rough here. She was raised in Fort Worth, graduated from Southwest High School, lives in Fort Worth still. Her husband works for Fort Worth Fire Department, and she is only 3 hours away from a BS degree at Mountain View State University. She has actually been with the Sheriff's Office now for 31 years, and she does court security with the Second Court of Appeals. She's been a criminal investigator in crimes against persons. And what stood out to me about Dana was she said, if you're here decades or just a short time, people have opportunities to do different things. She wants people to look for different things to do, take a chance. And she said she's learned so much taking on other jobs, and she loves to mentor others. I wrote this down. She is just incredibly so much about others, not herself. Thinks of others all the time. She is very physically fit and co-founded an animal rescue group, a 501c3 that rescues dogs and cats. And her favorite job, and she said it was okay to say this, her favorite job so far in the county has been internal affairs. So 31 years, Dana, thank you very much. We appreciate you so much. All right, is Mike Arter here?
He's sick today.
Oh, that's too bad. 30 years he has been in the constable's office, wants to get to 35, born in Fort Worth also, raised in Kennedale, graduated from Kennedale High School. He's a senior deputy constable in Precinct 1, and he's been a detention officer, worked in the Warrants Division, worked for 10 years at the Sheriff's Office, and now 20 years with the Constable's Office. He's been married for 33 years, and his wife works for the Sheriff's Office. What he likes the most about working in the Constable's Office is the camaraderie with his coworkers, which is a recurring theme with just about everyone. He has 2 kids, 3 grandkids. He's a bass fisherman and competes in tournaments, and he has 4 dogs, and they're quite the combo, 2 Australian Shepherds and 2 Dachshunds. So pretty interesting combo. He wants to get to 35 years, and I really enjoyed visiting with him. Thank you, Deputy Arter, for your 30 years of service. All right, is Judge Lisa Woodard here? Hello there. How are you? So we talked by phone, and 35 years, I quite frankly, I expected you to be older looking. You're quite younger, and that's amazing. So she was born in Dallas at Parkland Hospital, graduated from Timble Tech High School, went to Tarrant County College, moved to Fort Worth when she was about 4 or 5 years old. She is the JP in Precinct 8, lives in Fort Worth, very close to Arlington. Started in the Sheriff's Department, moved over to the JP's office, was court manager, and then elected JP in 2010. So you're on your 4th term? Yes. 4th term, wow. She loves to shop. She loves sports. She has 3 boys, 5 grandkids, and her favorite sports memory was just like in the last month or so, she met Draymond Green and Thompson, what's his first name? Clay. And big basketball fan, obviously, and 35 years, remarkable. Thank you very much, Judge Woodard. We appreciate you. All right, that's everybody, and of course, we're going to have a big recognition here about 11:55. We'll break and head down if we're not done here yet. Do we need a motion to recognize
Move
this?
to receive and file.
All right, we have a motion to receive and
Second.
file. We have a second. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. Thank you all. We'll see you downstairs later today. Okay, next up is our consent agenda. And we have, GK, please remind the public and the commissioners
Yes.
what has been removed from the consent agenda.
So item E1, which is under the Criminal District Attorney's Office.
Okay?
Also, item G1, which is under Facilities, which is the professional services contract with GSBS.
Okay? G1 or G2?
I'm sorry, I meant G2.
G2,
Yes.
okay. All right. Do we have any motion or discussions on the consent agenda as amended?
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously.
So, members of the court, we can go to the administrator's office. We're only going to take item A2 at this time. This concerns out-of-state travel requests. Would like to make one correction on the travel request. If you go to public health, and this is in your red folder this morning. Item B under public health, this is the Public Health Tech Expo and Forum. Part of that is being paid by a grant and by the organization that is putting on that conference. We're actually able to go to a conference in the same area, and so that we'll be able to save airfare and a lot of hotel costs. But there will be a cost up to the TO4 fund for $592. So with that, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve the out-of-state travel.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve the out-of-state travel and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, A3 has been moved to after the briefing, so that brings us to the auditor section.
So, members of the court, we can now go to the auditor's section.
There she is.
Y'all are fast, sorry. Go ahead.
I'll defer any questions you may have to the county. So on item B1, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve the release of approximately $161,046,000 in collateral and accept the substitution of securities at a market value of $161,126,000.
Move approval.
Second.
Now, we have a motion to approve the release and substitution of depository collateral and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. B2.
On item number 2, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court receive the county's financial statements for October 2022.
I'll move to receive and file the Tarrant County financial statements for October, November, and December of 2022.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to receive and file all the financial statements listed on items 2, 3, and 4. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote.
Then finally, members of the
Pass
court,
unanimously.
on item number 5, we're requesting that the court receive and file the auditor's report on the cash count financial control review of the Historic Preservation and Archives Department.
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion to receive and file the auditor's report of the cash count and financial control review of the Historical Preservation and Archives Department. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously.
Your Honor, just on that one particular item, some of the comments that the auditor's office made on that, we have been working with the auditor's office and with the court action and during the last court session where we provided a $100 cash drawer And we believe that that's going to satisfy the majority of these issues.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up, Elections Administration approval of proposed changes to voting precinct boundaries. For the record, I have not heard any complaints from either of the parties. Have you?
Good morning, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
No,
Okay.
sir, there have been no complaints or issues with what's been proposed. What we're seeking is Commissioners Court approval for the precinct splits that are required by statute. As you know, every 2 years, we're required to do an assessment, and any precinct that is 5,000 voters or larger or getting close to that, we have to provide recommendations for those to split so they're smaller and provide for growth. So the packets that you have in front of you have been reviewed by both of the party chairs, and we have no questions or concerns about them, so we just ask for your approval for that.
All right. Thank you, Troy.
Move approval.
We have a motion to approve the proposed changes to voting precinct boundaries. Do we have a second? I'll second. All right, any discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Thanks, sir. Next up, Human Resources.
Move to receive and file the personnel agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to receive and file the personnel agenda. Any discussion there? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. Tina, 1 second here. Did you have something?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
It's okay.
We'll get it just a second.
Okay, all right. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. We have one additional item. For the court, that's item number 2. This is a waiver of terminal benefits. This is for the district clerk's office. As outlined in your court communique, Mr. Wilder is seeking permission to waive 304 vacation hours. That's the equivalent of about 38 days. Effective May 3rd. The critical nature of this position is detailed in your court communique. A replacement has been named, so the district clerk would like to move forward with hiring the replacement. We're estimating a net cost to the general fund of approximately $14,606.
All right, questions?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. Okay, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tina.
Your Honor, one of the things that we did when we removed from the consent agenda was facilities,
Okay.
which is item G2.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. That's why you raised your hand. Holler out. Feel free. Okay. I asked for this to be removed. I had a handful of questions. But feel free to tell us what's happening.
We're requesting approval of a professional services contract with GSBS Architects related to the fire alarm replacement project at the 1895 courthouse in the amount of $141,510.
Okay, so here, these are my questions. So I'm going to try to understand this.
Okay, John.
This is just a study.
No.
This is the actual putting in the fire alarm?
This is for the design, bidding services, and construction administration services for the project.
Okay. And I'm well aware that's a historic building, and of course I would want to preserve it also. Are there not companies that put in alarm systems like this that don't know how to do this without having to go through paying somebody $141,000 to design it? And what I'm really asking is, are there companies that install these alarms that have done this regularly in historic buildings and things that know how to do it without us having to pay for, okay, it's not a study, a design. I mean, can these companies that do this can they not design it and not make us have to pay the $141,000?
Your Honor, we are required by state statute for any project that's going to be competitively bid over $50,000 to engage an A&E firm. and this project will be competitively bid. I estimate the value is going to come in at somewhere between $850,000 to $1 million.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand this. What does the law require?
The statute requires the use of an architect or an engineer. The government entity shall select and designate an architect engineer in accordance with Chapter 1051 or 10001. And then Section 2269 further states the government entity shall select or designate an architect or engineer to prepare construction documents for the project. If it's going to be competitively bid, this project will be competitively bid.
Yeah. Is it not, so you have to hire the design company before you bid it?
That is correct, because we have to provide a design in order for purchasing to have documents to be able to bid.
Okay, all right. That's all I have. All right.
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve item G2, the approval of a professional services contract related to the fire alarm replacement project. We have a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passed unanimously. Thank you, Mike. All right, where were we? Purchasing. Purchasing, item J1. Miss Lee.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have 9 items for your consideration. The first item is an award recommendation regarding RFP number 2023-041. This is an annual contract for project management for construction services for facilities management, awarding to the primary and secondary vendors listed per the terms of the contract. If approved, we're also requesting contract approval.
All right. We have a motion to approve this RFP. We have a second. Any questions or discussion? So I have it's not a question. GK, and this kind of prompted me. I would like to just get a briefing to the court. It can be next meeting. It can be the one after. Basically, on all capital improvement projects currently in the pipeline, and then the process that the county goes through to evaluate them and how they get to us. So I think that'd be beneficial. I know it'd be beneficial for me, but I think probably beneficial for our 2 new ones as well. Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second to approve the RFP 2023-041. Any further discussion? All right. Please cast your votes. All right. Passes unanimously. Next up, J2.
The second item is also an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-071. This is firearm replacement for facilities management, awarding to Star Asset Security. If approved, we're also requesting contract approval and acceptance of the payment and performance bonds.
What's wrong with the current fire alarm system there?
This is at the Plaza building.
You have Mike coming in behind you to save the day here.
Thank you, Judge. The system at the plaza is original to the building when we purchased the building from the Tandy Corporation in 2001. So it was already there. It's a Siemens system that has reached obsolescence, and the only reason we're able to maintain it right now is we try to keep attic stock parts, so when something goes wrong with the system, we can quickly keep it functioning. We are running out of those attic stock parts. They no longer manufacture the system. Siemens discontinued it many years ago.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Move approval.
We have a motion to approve item J2. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second. Any further discussion or questions? All right, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. J3.
The third item is also an award recommendation regarding RFP number 2023-077. This is for the Tarrant County Corrections Center Building Automation System replacement. Project for Facilities Management, awarding to Environmatic Systems of Fort Worth. If approved, we're also requesting contract approval and acceptance of the payment and performance bonds.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to applaud our staff on making improvements and infrastructure projects, doing this through the funds that we received from the feds, CARES. So thank you. That's great for taxpayers. Any questions, comments, or motion here?
Move for approval.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion is second. Any further questions or discussion?
We do have an audience participation form on that.
Okay. And that would be Mr. Bennett? No.
No, Ms. Cox.
That was a good guess, though. All right, Geraldine Jackie Cox.
I'm Geraldine Cox. I think you have no choice about replacing the air transfer system. What bothers me is that it became 30 years old, and suddenly we had someone from the Center for Disease Control telling us that if we didn't fix that, we couldn't mitigate COVID. Oh, we just went through the worst of COVID with it not working very well, I guess. And there may be more to come because we don't really understand how the disease will mutate. And so I'm surprised that it took so long for us to get to this, but we have to do it. Now there are two things that are kind of related, the air handling system and the air conditioning, which is number 7. One of them is going to take 390 days, and the other one's going to take about 490 some days. And I'm kind of thinking, where do we put the inmates? Because this is the biggest jail. And I'm really concerned. I would hope that you would provide us with some information going forward, because the jail is a place where families go to see their loved ones. Mom, dad, granny, grandpa, kids, grandkids go into the jail to see their loved ones, and for it to be a center of COVID spread is a matter of deep concern. So congratulations that we're getting to it now, but geez, guys, I wish we could have done it sooner. And I'll have a little more to say on that subject when we get down to the air conditioning system, but I don't want to go over my 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or questions? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. We do have a motion and a second, don't we? Yeah. All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. J4.
The fourth item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-082. This is for the sanitary sewer replacement for facilities management, awarding to S&D Commercial Services, doing business as Copera. If approved, we're also requesting contract approval and acceptance of the payment and performance bonds.
All right, we have a motion to approve. I'll second. Any discussion or questions? All right, seeing none, cast your vote. All right, passed unanimously. J5.
The fifth item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-089. This is our annual contract for black and white reduction copier system for and maintenance for the reproduction center, awarding to UBO LLC.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion there? All right, please vote. All right, passes unanimously. J6.
The sixth item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-092. This is a purchase of reusable bulk containers for Elections Administration, awarding to Technology International Incorporated per unit price.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, please vote. All right, passed unanimously. J7.
The seventh item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-099. This is for Correction Center and Air Handling Unit Replacement Project for Facilities Management, awarding to Infinity Contractors International. If approved, we're also requesting contract approval and acceptance of the payment and performance bonds.
All right, tell me the problem here we're trying to solve.
This one is another old system.
So that building is over 33 years of age, and we have not replaced those units. You might remember that we have spoken with the court and with the Sheriff's Department that we're going to do this in 4 phases. And so because the correction center is building quads, and so that's why we're doing that. Mike can explain a little bit more.
It's also at the end of life.
Yes.
Is the total project is almost 10 million? It's not per phase.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's the total. Your
Okay.
Honor, these systems are 33 years old, but the difference with the jail versus the building we're sitting in right now is the jail systems function 100%, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, where in the evenings, we ramp down these systems in this building. Because the buildings are empty, we can ramp down, save energy, et cetera. Takes the wear and tear off the equipment. We can't do that at the jail. The other issue is we have to purge the building continually. They have to test the purge system. We go into purge mode. Everything ramps up. Bring in more air, remove air to evacuate smoke in less than 15 minutes. It puts a wear and tear on this equipment. So equipment's about 33 years old, but the equivalency of life is probably about 70 years old. So we've got a lot of life out of this system.
What you're asking us to approve was the low bid of 4?
That is correct.
How many did we send it out to?
So we sent it out to 578 vendors.
Good night.
We had a pre-bid meeting and 17 vendors attended the pre-bid meeting. So we
Gotcha.
received 4 bids and 2 no bids.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, discussion, or motion?
Move for approval. Second.
We have a motion, a second to approve.
So we also have an audience participation on that.
Right. All right, we have a motion, second to approve. Any other discussion or questions? All right, our speaker again is Geraldine Jackie Cox.
Once again, we confront a bunch of issues. Some of them are public health issues. I hope that Commissioner Brooks and Commissioner Ramirez can work successfully together, as you are on the diversion center, to try to figure out how we're going to mitigate health hazards. I don't know how you're going to manage your inmate population. Your inmate population was greatest, as I understood it, in your central jail, the Big E across the street. And the data on this project indicates that the system will be down for 450 days. That's about a year and a third. Where are we going to put people? I hope they aren't all going to Post, Texas, to Garza County, because that's kind of a diseconomic contract that's very hard on families. But it's a planning question. And so I'm hopeful that you can get the sheriff to focus better on what's number one, and job one is the jail. For the same reasons that I mentioned earlier, many people who are not charged with anything go into the jail to see people they love. And some of the people in the jail are there for a very long time because they need mental health care that they can't otherwise get. And it's just a moment when we should confront how much diversion matters, how much it matters that we figure out ways to bond people out more quickly if we can, how we figure out how to take fewer people to the jail. I remember listening to former Judge Whitley saying that, well, if worst came to worst, he would just say, I'm sorry, we're not taking anymore. He'd declare an emergency and shut down admissions. Something has to happen to reduce the population, and if we can reduce the population permanently over time, you can save us a lot of tax money. I noticed from looking at your website that you now pay entry-level jailers more than $49,000 a year. Wow. You know, and you're proposing to train them for up to 250 days free of charge to them when they hire in if they become cadets. But that means that we're paying 6 months of salary to new hires in the sheriff's department. And I don't resent the training, but I really think that we should consider what kind of contract we should ask these people to sign. I have friends who are nurses who get their nursing education paid for by hospitals, but they sign a contract that says for every year they work, they get so much of the loan forgiven. They do it as a loan. We just need some kind of retention guarantee if people are going to get free educations, but we need more people in the jail. So good luck with it. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or questions on this item? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. J8 has been removed for a future meeting, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, next up is J9.
The next item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-102. This is a purchase of full-size pickup trucks for the sheriff's office, awarding to the primary vendors listed per unit price.
Move for approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second. Any discussion? Please vote. All right, passes unanimously.
And the last item is a request to approve and acceptance of a rebate check regarding bid number 2020-003, our annual contract for office supplies and other miscellaneous products from Staples Contract Commercial in the amount of $134,650.52.
All right, move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to second. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Then A10, thank you, Melissa. A10, not A10, J10, the staff is not asking for any action, but this one, Commissioner Simmons, you wanted to stay on the agenda.
I did. We could possibly move it to briefing, perhaps?
Okay, so you mean after briefing?
After briefing.
Okay, so J10 after briefing, and the other one that's after briefing is which one?
A3.
All right. A3, J10. All right, got it.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. All right, next up is an interlocal agreement in Precinct 3. Commissioner Fickus.
Yes.
N1A.
I would like to move approval on that.
All right, we have a motion to approve the interlocal agreement between Tarrant County and the City of Colleyville. We have a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote there. All right, passes unanimously. Next up, we have item N1B, and I think that's also the same item.
Yeah.
All right, do you move to approve that?
Yes, I move to approve that
Second.
interlocal with Watauga.
Okay, so right now, just to make sure the record is clear, we have N1B. You move to approve that to begin the interlocal agreement between Tarrant County and the City of Colleyville? Right? Okay, so motion is second there.
That should have been encapsulated in the previous motion.
Okay, was it?
That's not the way I understood the motion.
Okay, yeah.
It would just be safest to go ahead.
Yeah, so we have a motion. I'll second if somebody else hadn't on
Second.
N1B. Please cast your vote unless there's discussion. All right, that passes unanimously. Now, on to the agreement between Tarrant County and Watauga.
Yeah, move approval of N1C and D.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve N1, C, and D, and we have a second. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Item N2, Commissioner Ramirez.
Move for approval of item N2A and B, that is a interlocal agreement between Tarrant County and the City of Blue Mountain.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the agreement between Tarrant County and the City of Blue Mound and to begin the agreement. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. And next up, board appointments. Do we have any board appointments to be made?
I've got 3.
Okay.
To the Historical Commission, Cindy Wilson Eric, Kalita Strickland, and Stacy Luker.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Brooks to appoint Cindy Wilson, Eric, Coletta Strickland, and Stacy Luker to the Historical Commission. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously.
I have appointments to the Historical Commission. 3, Mr. Billy Wilson from Arlington, Mr. Warren Landrum from Grand Prairie, and Mrs. Florine Barger Henry of Arlington.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to appoint Ms. Wilson, Mr. Landrum, and Ms. Barger Henry to the Historical Commission. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passed unanimously. I have one. I would like to appoint Will Ford to the Historical Commission, and I make a motion for that.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Any other board or commission appointments? Okay, now that we have done that, we are going back to item 9A1.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. We're requesting approval of a change in the number of seats on the Tarrant County Historical Commission. As a result of this action, all constitutional holdover seats will be dissolved, and the number of seats remaining will be 19.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the reconfiguration of the Historical Commission. Any discussion there? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Next up, there's no more board or commission appointments, right? Anybody? None? Okay. Next up is a bond and certificate of self-insurance. We actually do have one of these.
Morning, Judge.
Morning.
Members of the court. We have one certificate of self-insurance in lieu of bond for the approval of the court today. It is for the county auditor, Renee Tidwell, in the amount of $5,000.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the bond. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Thank you, Mark. Next up is claims and addendum.
Move approval of the claims, including the addendum.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the claims and addendum and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Next up, briefing section, legislative issues.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, Mr. Schaffner has provided you a memo as it relates to activities for the past week at the legislature. Just like to point out several things. First of all, the supplemental appropriations bill and also the appropriations bill are moving toward conference now, with both the House and the Senate have approved their versions of it. One of the things that had occurred in HB 1 and was that there was no additional money. Remember the $15 million we were seeking for the mental health hospital study? It has not been included. We are still trying to see if there's a way that we can have this added, but I don't know how successful we're going to be with this. So, but as it relates to mental health, there are 3 different programs that have been included in the budgets. One is the mental health grant program. It provides $100 million for county-based collaboratives, and such as jail diversion facilities, step-down facilities, permanent supporting housing, and crisis stabilization. Also, there is an inmate capacity expansion. This is an additional $91 million over the 2 years, which will be for contracts for 150 additional competency restoration beds in the state. So we may be able to take advantage of that. And then finally, there are additional monies that have been placed in the budget as it relates to the purchase of psychiatric beds. This is both civil commitments and also criminal commitments. These are, we currently have about 29 purchased beds that we, in this program. So what this will do, this will expand the number that we may be able to bring here in Tarrant County. All of those actions are great that the legislature has passed that type of money. However, this will not significantly impact our mental health issues in the county. We just simply have a tremendous amount of need, and we will continue to seek resources from various entities to continue our efforts. Also, some of the bills that are of interest, you'll see that on the back page of the memo. We're getting close to sine die. May 29th is the day that we sine die, and then the governor, it then goes to the bills are in the governor's hands, and he can either sign or veto those particular bills, or simply not sign those bills, and then they become law in and of themselves. So that's what is included in that particular memo. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer those.
Any questions for GK?
I'll just provide some feedback on Russell. He's doing an incredible job down there. There's a lot more than what's in this communique that he's working on that's going to save Tarrant County taxpayers some money. So I'm very happy to be working with him down there this session.
We haven't seen him up here lately.
Exactly. That means he's doing his job.
Good.
We are pleased with the mental health funding that is included in HB 1, although it is not sufficient to meet our needs at this time. It is a step forward, and I would encourage us that if those funds become law and become available, that we aggressively go after that funding, not only for competency restoration, but for civil commitments and for the Jail Diversion Center, which was funded through ARPA funding and will need a continuing stream of operational dollars. And if we can get that from the state, so much the better.
Yeah, we're really focusing in on the diversion center funding, because that's critical for what we're doing. So are there any other questions as it relates to the legislative issues? Okay, we can now move to the TechShare update. I'd like to give you an update as to what happened over the weekend and where we are after the first full day of trials and court action. As you all know, we've been trying to keep you informed as we've made progress through that effort. Beginning Friday afternoon at about 1 o'clock, the court stopped hearing cases, and we had a backlog of paper that had to come through both of the clerk's offices. They successfully moved that. The sheriff's department, we handled about 165 inmates in the jail that day, which was about 100 more than we normally would have handled. We made sure, working with criminal court administration, that those that needed to be magistrated were magistrated in a timely manner. The sheriff's department closed the jail to inmates from other jurisdictions, so that when we brought the mainframe down, that ended the activities of TechShare jail, also magistration. So as we went forward, we were able to process those inmates that came through and made sure that those that needed to be released were actually released, and that went quite well. We were in constant communication with the Sheriff's Department and CCA on that, and we are also gearing up for the big move, which was to begin the migration of data from the mainframe into the new system. We had an 11 o'clock call Friday night and with all teams, and we kept moving forward with that. We started the process at about 3 o'clock Saturday morning. We had another call at 4 o'clock Saturday morning. Most of us were down here, or about to come down here on that. And then we started the process of looking at the data to make sure that it came across correctly. We worked Saturday, and there was a team of about, would you say about 40 or 50 people that were down here, and actually they started showing up very early Saturday morning. And we worked all day Saturday, and at about 4 o'clock, a little bit before 4 o'clock, we made the call to go live with TexShare Court, and at that time the mainframe was disconnected. And as we went forward, we did magistration, began magistration work. At that time, I believe that we did our first magistrations. We saw that the data was coming over from the jail and populating the magistration portal through the new system. We began at 8 o'clock on Saturday night. We met, by the time we got to Sunday morning, we had magistrated 125 individuals successfully. So that part of the system worked. The data that came from magistration was pushed into the new court module and began populating it, and that data came across fairly well. And when I say we, I want you to know that there were representatives from the county clerk, the district attorney's office, criminal courts administration, TexShare, ITD, our office, and probably several more. The criminal defense bar was here, and we were all working together to make sure that the system was moving forward. So we come to, I think we all pretty much decided it was time to go home and get some rest late Sunday night, and we started court yesterday. That entire team was here on site around 6 o'clock and getting ready for that. I checked this morning with Mr. Shugard with the CCA office. Yesterday, we dealt with 1,032 cases that were moved through the system. They went from either to trial or disposition, and we disposed of 204 cases yesterday. Yesterday was a day that was slow because we were implementing the system for the first time. We had a full load going through the system. We didn't slow that load down at all. But we were, by the end of the day, we had successfully accomplished those numbers that I just talked to you about. We checked this morning, it's going much smoother, and what it is that we're learning more about how to use the system. And while even though we had training sessions for our employees, this was the first day yesterday where we were hands-on on the real system. And all the courts moved successfully. We had some glitches in the courts, not technology glitches, but just process glitches. And so we have all of the 21 criminal judges that were handling cases yesterday were basically satisfied, or at least that's the word that we received, that the process, while slow, was going to be improved with speed as we move through that particular area. As in any implementation of software that you either build or you buy off the shelf, whenever you get to the point of putting that software in and going live, you're going to have minor problems. And we still have our 24/7 war room going. Some of that is virtual, some of that is on-prem. We're going to continue to do that for at least this week, and then we'll have people with us for almost a month from both TexShare and ITD that will be in the courtrooms. One of the things that we did yesterday was that we had individuals either outside in the hallway or in all the courtrooms, IT related to either being TexShare or being ITD, so that if there was any issue that came up, that we had a specialist there to help. And that proved to be a very good decision to do. So we do have some glitches we're still working on. We were expecting that. Probably the two big issues that we're facing is the e-file, which is something where that I believe we picked up some news just a few minutes ago that we're having some success with e-file. It's a workaround for right now until we and Tyler Technologies can figure out how to hook the system up permanently. And so we're moving forward on that. I know that both the clerks can address that to greater detail if you would like. Also, the district clerk's DCSA, we had an issue with that this morning. We went live with that yesterday afternoon, and we had to pull it down. And I believe that we're attempting to find a solution. I know we'll find a solution. Once that happens, we'll push it back up. So that's where we are now. All of our teams are still in the courtroom.
Administrator, I never did shut it down today.
Okay, let me ask you to talk about that in just a second, okay? Because I think it's important that you hear from the clerks, because they're the ones that have their people in the courtrooms, and you can ask them questions, and if there's something I misstated, well, then I know that they'll take that opportunity to correct it. Like I said, we have our people in the courtroom. We have tech share people in the courtrooms. Right before Commissioner's Court, I asked CCA how he was going, and their comments were that the data is getting better and it's moving smoother. So we're accomplishing what we've set out. We still have some bumps in the road, but overall, this has been a successful implementation. And so, Your Honor, I would ask you if we would allow either of the clerks to make comments to the court.
Certainly. Either one of you?
Before we get to the clerks, I would like to congratulate you and the entire team, including CCA, the District Attorney's Office, the Sheriff's Office, ITD, TechShare, and everyone else who was involved in this effort for a tremendously successful implementation. No matter how you develop software, implementation of that software, when you get to that point, is a Herculean effort. And to have gotten through implementation of such a complex piece of software with as few problems as we had, not trying to minimize those problems, but the number of problems were few. It speaks well for the software and for the team that implemented it. To have been able to go live and have virtually a seamless transition on Monday is a tremendous thing, and the entire team is to be congratulated. Y'all did well.
So before we have our clerks come up, there were a lot of people this weekend working incredibly hard, incredibly long hours. Thank you for that. Thank you for your efforts. Some of you slept up here. We appreciate you and doing everything you could to get it ready and getting it to go. So thank you for that. And a reminder that we have moved A3, which is discussion and possible action concerning Tarrant County's TechShare software programs, to behind this briefing. So with this briefing, the A3 is also part of that. I don't know that J10 is needed at this point, but it may be. But this is also part of our discussion and possible action. So with that, Mr. Wilder.
Well, thank you, members of the court. I think Commissioner Brooks' word Herculean is appropriate. This was a tightly choreographed dance that Certainly, the dance could be refined a little bit, but this is the first time we'd ever done this. When I came into office 28 years ago, this is the same system that we just replaced what we had back then. Now, we've upgraded it and added some functionality, but certainly it was time to replace it. Yesterday, we were able to issue warrants. We prepared judgments. We took in filings. We took in money and prepared payment plans and basically performed the functions of the office as the law requires. Was it 100% without incident? No. But who could have expected it to be? When you replace something as complicated as an entire integrated criminal justice software that runs beginning with the jail when someone's arrested, the DA could be either one of the clerks, the MAG courts, which is also me, and you've got multiple other agencies that need access to that data. It becomes a real challenge. Yesterday, we opened 26 tickets. We'll have another staff meeting later today, see what we opened today and see what was closed. We'll do a net on that as we go forward. So, the IT department's trying to get a hold of me on something here. I hope it's nothing earth-shaking. But these things were to be expected that you'd have glitches. We did have a little glitch this morning. Some of my staff thought we ought to shut down the DCSA again, but after I said no and we started doing a deeper dive, and I made a good decision. We didn't need to shut it down for various good reasons. We will continue to work on that. I know the IT department's got some work to do there, and I've been in contact with the Criminal Defense Bar, and I think we're okay as we sit on that. With 5 million unique logins last year, that is not something that I want to do again. We had to shut it down over the weekend because you can't load bazillion terabytes of data held for all the county departments into the system and leave the web access open. It's got to shut down, and then it's got to be tested for accuracy of data and assortment of other things. So I'm not shutting it down without really, really good cause. So are there any questions that you might care to ask? I congratulate staff. Mine was down here. Mine even took hotel rooms across the street so they could get 3 or 4 hours sleep and come back to work at 6 o'clock. We worked all weekend. I know the IT staff did and the TechShare staff. I got an email this morning from Mr. Scott back there at 1:22. So that's going to continue for a while till we get that's AM. It's going to continue for a while until we get the bugs worked out. But I think we're well on our way to doing that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Good morning. It's hard to follow Mr. Wilder. He covered everything I want to say, but I do want to say thank you to ITD, TechShare, the team, Tom's team, my team, Greg Sugar, the CDA. It was amazing how when you turn on something, 40 years of migrated data coming over on the weekend, all hands on deck. We're all pulling the wagon the same way forward. Nobody was pulling us sideways. We all pull forward at the very highest level. We had leadership, and that's what you need, is true leadership to make sure all elected officials, all department heads can have real conversations and lead. And that's exactly what you got with Tarrant County's criminal justice system. From DA Sorrells to Greg Shugart, we're all working together. We had meetings, mini meetings yesterday. My courts were running. Every process that we need to do statutorily, we did. We can talk about mishaps and things happening in the courtroom all day long. Day one, 40 years of migrated data is coming over. Day one, we had glitches, and we're going to have glitches. I've set in 2 Tier 1 systems with Tarrant County before. This is not my first rodeo, and I've never done anything to Tarrant County taxpayers to put them in jeopardy. And we had messy Tier 1 implementations with Vital and Lands. All people pulled forward, and we are very successful with that. This is part of the bigger integrated Tarrant County Justice Tech Share systems. They're all working. They're all speaking to each other. I support it wholeheartedly. We have one of the best and the only integrated justice system in Texas, and we are very proud of that. And whatever the court decides moving forward, you will always have my support, and I'm proud of this team, and I'm thankful for this new court to help us see that through. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Lewis.
Thank you. All right.
GK, did I understand you to say that the mainframe is now unplugged?
Yes. Now remember, it's not
Hallelujah.
on site. It's in Florida or someplace
Yeah,
like that.
whatever.
Yes.
All right. Anything else you'd like to add before we go to questions or comments
I
here?
just want to make one further comment. The TextShare software system, it's a fully integrated criminal justice system, all the way from arrest to final conviction and then post-conviction. And that data now flows in one system rather than a bunch of disparate systems that we've had to deal with for a long time.
Okay, thank you. Questions, comments?
I've got a comment. So the software working is incredible. What your team did this weekend, what your team's done the last couple of years, getting this turned on from 2022 to now, incredible effort. I think some of the consternation that you've seen over the past several months from this court has really been, is the juice worth the squeeze? To me, I separate TextShare into 2 distinct issues. One, software. It's a software that works for the county, and now it's fully integrated and makes sure that we're talking to each other. It's essentially a perfect product that's been developed. I think the secondary issue, and probably the issue that garnered all the press and garnered all the consternation, was the business issue. The business of TextShare. Initially, maybe 10, 11 years ago, it was well-intentioned to get this partnership up and running down in Austin. That's where it's headquartered. That's where the overhead is. But as partner agencies started pulling out, we probably could have made a better decision to move it up here. Bring TextShare in-house. If we're going to float all of the overhead, we shouldn't be paying for offices in Austin. We shouldn't be paying for personnel in Austin. We should have them here. And I think our ITD staff do an incredible job. We've got a robust ITD department that has helped turn this on hand in hand with TextShare personnel. So I think the business discussion is one that we should have in the future about whether or not we stay in the business of managing an entity down in Austin. But overall, very happy and very satisfied, and I applaud you and your teams. The clerks did incredible work. I know it's been a headache for a long, long time, but y'all did a great job. So I'm proud of where we are today. But like I said, the business discussion still needs to happen, and we need to determine what the best route forward is so that we're not subsidizing a company that essentially is just productive for us. If we're going to have management control over this software, then we need to really own that and bring it up here. We don't need to have it in Austin.
So, Commissioner, we agree 100% with you. You know, there is a difference. I think now that that we're at this point, that that we need to recognize that the software is good software. How we manage that software and the business structure that we need to put in place as we move forward is something that we all need to become involved in. Because, and you can ask some of the senior members of the court, we had already been talking about that last year, and that would be a good time to do that. There are 48 different counties in Texas that are currently using one or more modules of TextShare. And we have some that are doing out of state also. So that I think that that would be a great thing to start to do, to look at the structure of the LGC, and not only the structure itself, but the business model.
Yeah. Well, I just think it's proven the past several years, Tarrant County taxpayers have subsidized operations of TechShare in Austin. So all the development that we've had of our software here, was it worth it? Most likely, because you have this piece of product that we've turned on. But how much money did we waste by doing it externally through TechShare instead of having folks up here build it for us? Instead of having TechShare engineers working for our ITD department. I mean, that's the conversation that we have to have. And I know it initially started decades ago with the partnership, but whenever we became the software developers ourselves in Tarrant County, then we should have taken ownership and management of it. So, like I said, I don't want to rehash the past. I think going forward, the best deal for taxpayers will be for us to manage that ourselves and not to, like I said, subsidize operations down in Austin.
Fully understand.
So I don't want to rehash old things or place blame on this or that. I think at this point it's pretty clear that we've got a local government corporation essentially trying to run a private company, and which I think is a bad idea to begin with, but we're here and we've got to deal with it. I think from everyone I've talked to, the products that we have are up and running and doing well. I think the issue is the cost on an annual basis of maintenance and support seems astronomical compared to off-the-shelf products. And continuing to pay, like for example, jail, $750,000 annually just to maintain and support it seems exorbitant. So I think we need to understand what off-the-shelf products cost, what options there are, and also what are the costs for the maintenance and support of those products, and have a cost comparison. As far as what we have now, everything I understand is it's doing well. I know there's bugs in this system. However, there's bugs in every system. There's a reason we have iPhones that once every week or two they have to do an update at night. I mean, there are always going to be flaws with software. Where I am on this is, and I'm not trying to disparage anybody, but we're trying to run a private software company, and the person at the head of the private software company does not know how to run a private company. And before we do any further development or even consider any further development of any project through TechShare, we need to see business plans, revenue forecasts, marketing plans, how it's going to be sold, how it's going to be marketed. And right now, the people that we have in place there, that's just not what they do. And so it's not their fault. If somebody hires me today to run Microsoft, I will gladly take the exorbitant money they will pay me, but I would be the first to tell you I'm not the guy to run Microsoft. I don't understand it. And so I think we have to address that issue before we consider any further development of any kind. So I know you have some questions. I don't know if it requires a motion, but I don't want to do any more product development on new products, Commissioners Court, agenda management software, or any other product until we have something in place where we know the costs of it, the costs of an off-the-shelf product, and we have someone that we know can actually run a company and get it to market and get it sold, and we just don't have that now. I think it's painfully obvious from the discussion last week and the revenue we've brought in so far. If those numbers are accurate that I've seen, 65 million costs so far, we've brought in 1.5 million. That's a problem.
So I would like to say on the agenda management system, we currently do have a contract. We did, and we'd like to bring that back to you to look at that because we did an ROI on that. And that's a very small contract. It's around $200,000, but the return compared to the product that we just bid and we're operating under now, we'd like to at least to have that discussion with the court so we can maybe finish that one.
It's fine to have that discussion, yeah, but we shouldn't move forward at this point until we have addressed this very issue. And again, I mean, there is no plan There is absolutely zero plan whatsoever to sell this to the public. None. And we show up to a few fairs each year is not a marketing plan, and it's not a way to go produce revenue.
Well, I think your broader concern about maintenance cost, the jail costing so much, and all these different pieces of software, my concern is that the reason why the cost is so high is because we are funding operations in Austin. For the entire TechShare company, the LGC, Tarrant County is subsidizing all of his operations. So I would like to see, like I said, the business decision be to get out of the business of TechShare. We own the software now, we maintain it, we have the personnel up here that are able to, but not try to market this as a product that we're going to sell in a business we're going to run. You're absolutely right. Government has no business trying to run a private company. Well-intentioned maybe 10 years ago, but now, where we sit today, I think that our folks can handle that internally, and if we need to bring on engineers that will eventually lower the cost of all of this maintenance that we do in-house, then that's the direction we ought to go. But paying the overhead for the company in Austin to manage the maintenance and manage any more development, I agree. I think that's a non-starter, and I think we're out of that business.
I'm agnostic as to whether we go forward developing new software through TechShare. We can argue that case till the cows come home. What I am concerned about is the 6 pieces of our integrated justice software that we have developed, that we own, that fully meets our needs, that we need to figure out how to maintain, how to sustain over a period of time. That is my concern, how we manage those 6 pieces of software that were developed specifically to meet our needs and do so in each and every case because they were developed specifically for us. We've got a substantial investment in those 6 pieces of software, probably a lot more than we should have in those 6 pieces of software, but it is what it is. We've got them. They work for us. We've got to figure out how to maintain, update them as needed, and continue to develop them to meet our specific needs. TechShare, I don't have a dog in that fight.
All right, well, a couple more questions, and I'll pass it off here. I want to know the answer to these questions. How many employees total work at TechShare? How many employees total work at TechShare? How many are in development? Then for each unit that we have, or program, whatever we want to call it, what is the maintenance cost annually of each program? And then what are the plans of TechShare, if any, to take this to market and lower the annual cost of the maintenance? And if the answer is none, I mean, I don't know anyone at any point that could defend that. All right.
At our board meeting we had a couple weeks ago, one of the specific things that we have asked Mr. Dahill to do was to develop and tell us what the marketing plan is as we move forward. So we addressed that with him back whenever we had our meeting here 2 weeks ago, I guess. So I hope he's working on that. we'll see.
And in fairness, Gary, you've been the chair of this board for what now, 3 weeks?
3 weeks.
Yeah, so make sure that's clear.
Well, and I, like I said, I think that the focus here, in my mind, like I said, I think we should be out of the product development and sales business altogether. We need to find the most efficient and effective way to manage and maintain the 6 systems that we have built. Our internal personnel are incredible, and I think they could most likely manage the patches, the updates, all the things being so familiar. That should be the focus now, is maintaining the products we have, just like we maintained the mainframe for 40 years. That's another product that was tailor-built for this county that we've managed to patch and upgrade year over year. So essentially, we find ourselves in the same position. I think if we take our eye off the ball and say, let's start getting cute again and let's go sell this and market it. Now, if we could recoup some monies because they already had a plan, excellent. But I don't think there's a plan. I don't think we've heard a plan. What's funny, Judge, is those same questions that you asked GK, I have written them down. And how many employees does TechShare have? Because that's my focus is, it's just a not efficient company, and we're subsidizing it. Tarrant County taxpayers are subsidizing it.
Yeah. So, Manny, the only thing, and I don't know if it's a disagreement there, 100% agree we should get out of the software development business. I do think there is an opportunity, whether it's through a private takeover, whether it's through a specialized unit, to try to recoup some of these costs by selling it to other entities, if nothing else, to lower our cost on the maintenance. I'm with you 100% that government doesn't know how to run for-profit businesses. As I've said here before, we don't build our own automobiles. We don't have our own construction company. I don't think we should have had our own software company. So if there's a way, I think we should explore how we could go get this to the market. But I'm 100% with you. We don't need to develop anymore and not go chase another fool's errand if there's no feasible way to actually do it.
And I'd go so far as to say, I think that we need to look at any agreements that we have between ourselves and TechShare, and if that's the case, if we can recoup some of the cost, if they can go market and sell this, great. But I think we need to become self-sustaining to where we can maintain that software ourselves. We don't need any long-term contracts with TechShare at X fee to maintain it year over year. We need to position ourselves so that we can sustain the software ourselves and not have to pay crazy maintenance fees every single year.
Great.
I agree with most of what you all have said. We are here today, but we don't have to stay here. A seamless transition, it has not been, okay? It's one thing for the administrator and the clerks to get up and tell us everything went swimmingly, but that has not been the case. My precinct administrator has been in program, project, operation management, in public safety for governments for 2 decades. She has been on every TechShare weekly call since we were installed. I am telling you now, this was not a seamless transition. And what we really need to know, because the report I got this morning was that the e-file system was not working. So is it working and is it not? And have one of the clerks come up and explain the statutory importance of the e-file system. The integration just occurred at 1 o'clock this morning, and then there were issues with it. I've heard from judges. See, I asked yesterday for us to have a real-time demonstration of the system at this briefing today. If it works, it works. Show us. But that was denied. my precinct administrator, whose background I just gave you, who has implemented software projects for the likes of Miami-Dade County, Polk County, international customers, was summarily denied access to the war rooms this weekend. I've been sick with the sinusitis infection. I would have come myself, but she is my expert. So we got up. I told her Monday, get up, go to the clerk's offices, and take a look at the product. And Mr. Wilder was gracious. He answered questions. He explained the problems. And she got good insight about what was going on. But e-file was not working. And so I'm not the expert to explain e-file, but I know statutorily. And trust me, I'm not up here just blabbering. I have talked to other clerks across this state about the progress of this rushed implementation. I think if I had never started asking about it, you probably would have taken another 3, 6 months, another year. It's been 12 years and $65 million. I would characterize it as a significant waste, not an investment. So now we've rushed into implementation and it doesn't quite work, and you damn sure won't show us. And it's as if we're held hostage now, okay? So to pay a ransom, when this thing goes down, we just have to pay more money to get it fixed. So they rushed into it. It wasn't ready. The integration wasn't ready. And so statutorily, they need to come up here and talk about the importance of the e-file system. If it's integrated, if it's not, when it's going to be integrated. Because you can talk about, we got people in jail, out of jail. Well, we have Texture Jail, we have Texture Magistration. We're talking about Texture Court. And does it really work? And what was the pushback for showing us, giving us a real-time demo today? They sat here the entire meeting. They should know how to give us a real-time demonstration. So I wouldn't call these minor glitches in all of the lovely and beautiful butterflies and sunshine and roses we've heard today. And in fact, there is an on-the-shelf product, a company that provides it. They do our civil stuff for us, Tyler Technologies. I met them in Lubbock this past week at the West Texas Judges and Commissioners Association training, going through the vendor hall. So I will send you their recommendation, their PowerPoint for what they would offer Tarrant County, the pricing, the maintenance. I don't know why we went in this business either, but we didn't have to. And to your point about your question about recouping, most every county in Texas is with Tyler, okay? So what are we going to do? Recoup money, sell this to 100 much smaller counties of 20,000 and recoup what? This is a failure, and we can, they've launched it now, and so do we have to keep it launched? That's why I wanted the item for the mainframe to stay on here. I think we need to pay to extend the mainframe for another 2 years. Don't just make that go away, because e-file is spotty.
Unless you have objections, we need to go downstairs. So if you'd like something addressed now, we'll have it addressed, but if you're okay with waiting until we get back from recess, you good with that?
I can wait.
Okay.
I don't want to
All right.
hold up the party.
Okay, because we have our Employee Appreciation Day going on as we speak, and we are to be down there 7 minutes ago, we will now go into recess and reconvene sometime, likely around between 12:45 and 1:15 or so. Okay, all right, we're now in recess. know y'all were waiting for me. That's a new one. Welcome to the party.
That's what Tom was telling me. We're all good there.
The problem we have is that
Do we know where Lisa is?
they're in the hallways and we went because they could say they couldn't do what we wanted done.
Okay. Here she is. All right. Okay, are we back up?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we are back from recess. Where we left off, we had been, I guess, received a combination of receiving a briefing on TechShare and also addressing item 9A3 and item J10. Commissioner Simmons, do you wish to continue?
No, not at this time. Last thing I requested was a detailed explanation about the e-filing system and how TechShare must connect seamlessly with the e-filing system. So I think all members of the court need to understand that.
Yes, ma'am. And just for your information, we just received word. We're live on e-file with district clerk at this time, and we're in the process of bringing county clerk up.
So what now?
We're live with e-file with
Okay.
the district clerk.
Okay.
And second of all, we're still working, but we believe that we'll be bringing county clerk up soon on e-file. So we've made those connections, and it looks like it's operating successfully.
Okay. Can one of them come and explain e-file to the court thoroughly?
May I also quickly add, I just had a report from my county manager who I had up here earlier this morning. Yesterday would have been the first day under the new software for a county. She balanced to the penny, no problem. Hundreds of transactions, because in the test environment, we only can get about 50 transactions. And it was balancing towards the end, but she was so ecstatic. She just had to call me. I'll be happy to put her on the mic here if you want to hear her. But my report from my criminal manager was that they were able to e-file this morning. There were some hiccups during the night, but I understand we're going to be able to take care of all of that. But yeah, we're live and no problem on e-filing. DCSA was never shut down. We're good. Hope it stays good. Any questions?
Tom, what was the problem with it?
E-filing?
What caused the problem? Or
I've
is
been
there
so
a-
busy this morning, all I'm seeing is 55 emails, and I haven't read them all yet. So I don't know exactly what happened in the night. We just couldn't open them. But that was temporary.
What?
And it was only, I might also add, it was something tied to some of our older documents, and I'm not sure what all that was about, but I'll find out. I'm going up to the criminal section right after y'all finish, and I'll find out. Y'all want to report on that?
Oh, if we're still here.
So can you
Anything else?
explain the purpose of e-filing? What e-filing is, what it does, and why it must integrate with TechShare product?
Your district clerk put in the first e-filing in 1996. It had to be approved by the Supreme Court. A few years ago, our current Supreme Court hijacked our e-filing, hired Tyler at $18 million a year to manage all the e-filings and mandated it, and took our revenue that we had with them. The $30 a month e-filing fee, that all goes down to the OCA, which pays that $18 million contract. So it is mandated by the Supreme Court that all the lawyers have to file, e-file. The pro se litigants, it's optional, but the beauty of it is we did get it after quite a bit of work. My previous one would integrate, in other words, let me get off the tech talk here. If a lawyer files an original petition, there are a number of things that have to go in the case management software. That was automatic on my previous one, and it is automatic now. In addition, the image document has to be captured so it can be looked at, or a certified copy made. It will do that. So it populates everything currently as it was since 1995.
And so TechShare Court doesn't work if e-filing, if it's not integrated with the
Well, we could
e-file
do it
system.
manually. For instance, if we had a breakdown today on e-filing, I could take the lawyer's pleadings in paper. There's a dispensation in the rule that I've got a little form they fill out because it does break down. Tyler's e-file, I can give you a report because the managers archive that stuff in their weekly reports to me. It does break down from time to time. So if the lawyers want to, they can mail their documents, not email, but snail mail their document, or they can come and push it across the file desk as they used to for many years. But yeah, we would have to get that information into those other applications, which would take us some time. It would be like going back to the 1980s if it broke down and didn't work.
Okay, and so today, of course, yesterday it wasn't working until about 1 o'clock this morning, and then it's been spotty
No, it's
today.
not my information. Again, I apologize. I just haven't had time to read all this stuff. It was working during the day yesterday to some degree because
In a
I was up there and
testing
saw
capacity,
it.
though.
When your AA was there, it was working, but as I understand, it was a hiccup in the night. That's where that email from Mr. Scott I mentioned that came in at 1:22 this morning. But there again, no, we would not have been happy campers if none of it worked yesterday. So I don't have the time, but I can get it. I'll get that report when I get up the street. And Mark, if you're listening, go ahead and get started on it.
Oh, okay. I didn't know we had somebody.
Anything else?
Anything else for Mr. Wilder?
One quick thing. The word ROI was mentioned, return on investment. The previous court, any of these things that we put in electronically, I had to show an ROI to the court, and I did. Plus, usually some revenue with it. So I'm all for that. We did that for years, and I didn't get any money out of this court without doing that. I think that's a perfectly good tool. Thank you.
So, I have Tyler Technology in my civil division. And my predecessor had the technology before I got there, and it was pretty challenging, but, we have, our maintenance operation and things like that. So let me just say, for the civil division, Tyler Technology, it is the statewide e-filing system, and they go down constantly. They have their own challenges with the e-filing system. As a matter of fact, they had a security breach. This is a billion-dollar company across the entire Tyler platform, a security breach in e-filing. It was a massive failure, and it affected Texas.
What year was that?
Last year, I believe.
And how long did it last?
So they had to bring down the entire Texas system, build a new security platform, and put us on a new system. So saying that, Tyler Technology, like any software company, you are susceptible to security breaches. All the attorneys that mandate filing in e-filing in the state of Texas with their contract, they were compromised. So everybody has challenges, and we have been dealing with that, and we get information from Tyler. We are down, e-filing is down. We have, by law, the statutes allowing us to have those workarounds because they have the contract with the state of Texas and the Supreme Court, and they need leeway. They need breathing room. So we absolutely will accommodate at the clerk level and say, we will take it a walk-in, we will do paper, whatever, because Tyler is a billion-dollar company, and they too suffer the technology consequences of implementing things. But, you know, I'm a Tyler user, and we just go with the flow. We simply go with the flow with the new applications, the things we push out, the breaks, the fixes, and things like that. So I just wanted to report, I do use Tyler, and that's what I know about that software.
Okay, wait, hold on. So with that incident, how many days did that last?
I have no idea, Commissioner. I have 7 divisions, and I don't micromanage that. That's just information I remembered just sitting here thinking, you know, we're talking about Tyler. They have challenges, and it was a communique that went out to the entire stakeholder. I mean, I think it's probably on their website.
Well, sure.
Probably addressing that PR kind of situation. Mm-hmm. But do I have that answer? No, ma'am.
Okay, so we all know that technology companies are going to have issues.
Failures.
My question is, with regard to that, since you brought it up, they are large enough, it seems to me, to be able to recover from that in a quick amount of time. So you brought it up, so that's why I was asking you if you
I don't know that
remember.
anything is a quick amount of time when I don't know that anything would be considered a quick amount of time. In their mind, they were working very quickly. In our mind, as customers of their product, I'm pretty sure we would look at our lawyers and everybody's complaining they're not working fast enough. So it is the perception of everybody's reality, I think, in that. They believe they were working as hard as they could. I think if you ask my clerks and my team and our lawyers, it just wasn't moving fast enough.
Okay, so I understand that e-filing is a critical component of clerk's work, right? Mandated, absolutely. And so why would we go live with a system without such an important component nailed down after 12 years of development?
I believe ITD has to speak to the technology of how that works. They're in testing. They have production sites. They have live sites. That's not my bailiwick. I look to ITD to answer those questions on how they migrate, do outside integrations to a current records management system. I would defer to them.
Was it ITD's decision to go ahead and implement Texture Court, or was that a collaborative?
I believe it was collaborative.
All right. Because we're talking about clerk's work here, and you said you don't have the answer to the question about why we would go live with a system without such an important component like e-filing.
Well, you're asking me to explain the component e-filing and how that decision came about. That would be ITD, Commissioner, not me.
Okay. All right.
That it?
What is the expected date for the e-filing integration to be robustly working?
I think today. That's my expectation. My expectation was to go live Monday. My expectation for e-file to work is today. That is my expectation.
Okay. But
that's my
you don't
expectation.
have any contingencies.
We always have contingencies.
Okay. And
When
they
e-file
are-
goes down, we have contingencies.
All right.
If Tyler Technologies doesn't work, I implement my contingency. If TechShare Court is not working, we implement our contingency.
All right. And how long are we supposed to expect workarounds?
Until the system is running.
Okay, so it could be a month, it could be 2 months, it could be 2 hours.
That's not my expectation. That's not my expectation.
All right. And so do you see a time that either clerk's office can give the court a demonstration, a live, real-time demonstration of how it works? Should we come to your office, schedule time to see how it works?
You know,
or
that is really something that I would ask the criminal district attorney to weigh in on. This is a criminal justice system. This is a criminal justice system, so we have defendants and people coming in. I don't know CJIS. You're probably familiar with CJIS compliance. So I don't know. I don't know. The criminal district attorney would have to speak to that, I would believe, about asking to have a court defendant information. I don't know. I don't know, Commissioner. I don't know if that's possible.
Okay.
I mean, I would ask.
For you to be the lead on this, there's a lot you don't know. I do know this, that when my staff was there yesterday, it did not seem to be a problem until Mr. Wilder got a phone call from you and said, hey, Elisa's people are here, and you blew a gasket. Why
No,
are her
I didn't blow a
people
gasket.
there?
We
Why
were
are
trying to
her
go
people-
live, Commissioner, and I was
why
not
are-
going
So
to
hang on,
entertain.
ladies. Seriously, if you have a question, ask it.
Thank you,
Wait
Judge.
for the question and then answer it. But if you have an answer, let her answer the question.
Okay, so why are they there? What do they want to see? And we have been trying, and this is to GK, to observe the process all week here. And so you had a problem with us being there, no explanation. We were done there. Mr. Wilder didn't have a problem. I understand Commissioner Fickus was there all weekend and we couldn't get access. So I just am pointing out that if there is if the system works, if the product works, it works. Your court members should be able to look at them and look at it. It's not my expertise. I don't want to see it. It's not what I do. It's what she does. Okay? And so just so many roadblocks erected. So many folks don't know what's going on. You don't have an answer to a thing. But I appreciate your time, I think.
You're most welcome, I think. Let me just say, we are in the middle of Go Live yesterday.
And you're still going.
We are in the middle of Go Live, and all hands are on deck, and my team is working very hard. So to entertain sitting down and having a question and answer on Go Live, I didn't see that as an opportunity. He was in his office. I think that's great. He was able to answer. I think it was reported that your team actually saw the processes happening in the district court level successfully.
Yes.
Did that happen?
They did observe I don't know about
And I
successfully,
think,
but they
I think
did
it was
observe.
reported on our call that it was successful, that your team actually saw that. So, to me, that's a victory for us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So, anybody else up here have any questions or comments? I have one. I think you got GK. I don't think a motion is required, but I think you've probably heard this loud and clear. We don't want any more development on any programs, but with the agenda management system, bring that back to the court. Let's discuss that. I'm assuming could be available for discussion at the next meeting.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
I had given you a list of questions. Commissioner Ramirez said, yes, those questions I had also. I'd like to schedule this again, whether it's the next meeting or the following, or we could even do a special meeting just related to this, where we just kind of lay out everything, we understand it all, and kind of seek some final direction as to what we want to do or what we want back to make a decision on how to move forward.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Anything else? So that's the briefing. That's A3, I believe it is, and J10. Anything else on any of those items?
I agree with you. I think putting a pin in it, the next meeting or the meeting after, we discuss the business side of TechShare.
Yeah.
Again, thank you, Mary Louise. Thank you, Tom, for all the work over the weekend and what you're still doing to implement. I think the software side is one piece. You guys are working hard to implement the software we have in hand. It appears that it's working. We're fixing bugs as they come up. But the business side is a conversation we still have to have, and it's completely separate, in my opinion. So that's the discussion.
Let me clarify something that I heard said, that I was down here all weekend. Okay, that's not correct. I was down here for about 2 hours Sunday evening, from 4 o'clock till about 5:45. So,
all right, thank you. All right, anything else on this before we move to announcements and comments?
Speaker on A3.
That's a good point. We do have one signed up to speak, Mr. Bennett. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
First thing I want to say is I do appreciate this court in some manner, and others, I think you got some real issues. One thing with Ms. Simmons, I think she's a lady. Sometimes she should be able to go first. I think it's a little bit of cross-talking. I think we need to be able to allow each individual member to step up and say what they want to say. And this comes back from the TAD vote, not today, Mr. Brooks, Commissioner Brooks. But anyhow, I digressed. Thank you for putting James 516 in your resolution. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Judge. And I'm sure, Commissioner Simmons, your staff will be asking for those 55 emails that Mr. Wilder got. I'm familiar with workarounds. TAD's famous for it. Tyler Technologies, that was a big issue with the appraisal district. That was Mr. Lasada's downfall because Lionbarger didn't get the contract when they went with Tyler. And the same issues you brought up today concerning the software and the predecessing moments that led down this path were the same issues that was brought up today. I've heard these before. This is all news. Hope nobody in this room thinks it's new news. And this comes from most of the elected officials in this county. I've heard about Tyler Technologies and their breaches. And the staunch opponent of Tyler Technologies isn't currently here, but Mr. Wilder is keeping her chair occupied with his arm. You have to go back to the TAD videos to figure that one out. And I want to thank you for what you did for the COO of TechShare, who's also the general counsel. One thing this board did not focus on is that when he took over his role as running TechShare after the end of 2020, you now have a conflict of interest and a duality. This exists throughout this entire county. We fixed it at TAD. It exists at the college. It existed at the water board. You cannot run an organization and also be general counsel. You cannot be a general counsel for a governing body and give advice to the governing body, conflict of interest. This is how TAD got train wrecked. They threw away their legacy mainframe system. This body did not. You try to develop software side by side. This is where TAD failed. The timeline is almost perfect. And Commissioner Simmons, you brought up Porter County. TAD tried to sell their software to the Porter Randall Appraisal District at the same time that this body got Porter to run the court software. I got a lot more on this, but it doesn't happen in a vacuum, and the people responsible for it are sitting in this room. Thank you.
thank you. Okay. Unless there's anything else, we'll now move to announcements and comments. Commissioners, any announcements or comments? We're about all commented out. All right. So next up, we have public comments. First person I have signed up to speak is Mr. Bennett.
I kind of touched on what I want to speak today, but I do want to go back to the TAD vote. I believe with the issues TAD is having right now with their current website, they were hacked in January 2021, and we believe they were hacked in 2022 October. The little thing at the top, we are currently working on our website. They did the same thing that TechShare does. In the back room of that place, they've been doing software development without a budget, without an RFP, without all the things that you've spoken to today. And the current board has allowed this. Now, Mr. Dion, through courage, becoming presiding officer after you got rid of Wildman, put it on the agenda. And Cal Woods, who's IT director, and I feel sorry for Cal, I know Tammy, his wife works in multifamily housing, husband-wife team. There's a lot of nepotism over there, but Cal is very qualified. That was the first time I've ever seen that man not be confident in his delivery. We knew something was wrong. So they launched. They were advised not to launch. Jeff Craig, who is the head of HR, staff came to him and said, "We're not ready." I heard that today from Commissioner Simmons. We're going to launch May 2nd or May 1st, come hell or high water. Well, I understand, and I cannot say this is a quote because these are through sources, that the response was launching was not negotiable. Had to launch. And you see the train wreck at TAD. Now, Armin is on top of it. I tried to warn everybody. I tried to warn this body. It all fell on deaf ears. And then you put Vince Puente on this board who knows absolutely nothing about the mechanics behind TAD. I feel bad for the taxpayers, not for you. This information is there to be had, day in, day out. Mr. Losada beta tested that software that went through the same protocol, same timeline, same everything that this court software went through, almost juxtaposed side by side. I wonder if the same people were involved. But my point is this. Right now, people cannot protest online. You represent the voters, but more importantly, you represent the people that didn't vote, the taxpayers. And this body did absolutely nothing to rectify the situation. And that's very troubling to me. Especially, Judge, when you said you were there to help the taxpayer. What you did on that vote was diminish your ability to help the taxpayer. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, I would disagree with that entirely. And in addition, I have reached out to multiple board members, and I think through that reaching out, they've extended the deadline to May 30th to protest your appraisal. And we'll look at doing it again if things are not remedied. So thank you. All right, next up is Josh Lucas.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Commissioners. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. I first spoke to this court last fall on the Robert Miller death. I told you all I was a student at Trinity River campus, Tarrant County, and I talked to the atrocities that I believe were happening in the jail, just mere feet from my classroom as I looked out the window. I come back today to speak to you because it was my understanding that we were going to have a review done of the autopsy report, and that was some of the steps that I believe that y'all were moving towards and taking, as we had mentioned that we were wanting independent review to be done by the Department of Justice, the Civil Rights Department, and I remember you saying, Commissioners Brooks, that you were not at the point where you were willing to ask for the Department of Justice to review the jail, but you could get to that point. And I believe it was this review that we had asked for to be done by the independent review in Chicago that hasn't happened. And I'm curious as to, I find it very curious as to how that could have transpired, considering the intention that we had for that review and where we are at 2 months now after that contract has expired. And according to the Star Telegram's report and investigative journalists, they've said that the medical examiner was contacted by Denton, and they said that he was willing to extend the contract and to send over overnight materials for him to examine by this pathologist. And it's still 2 months, and we haven't heard anything about that. And I don't believe that the Mayo Clinic does the due diligence that we've asked for, confirming that Robert Miller had sickle cell trait is not the disease. I've been a lifelong resident here in Fort Worth and Tarrant County. I grew up going to Oakmont Elementary School there, Southwest Fort Worth, and it was there in 6th grade that I first met an individual who was diagnosed with sickle cell anemia, the disease. And she couldn't go outside and have recess with us because of her disease. Robert Miller was homeless. He was arrested under a bridge outside. For this man to be considered, to be deemed expired because of his so-called disease, according to the examiner, according to the experts from Johns Hopkins, according to the Star Telegram, it's a binary test that was done. If one has sickle cell trait, they do not carry the disease and cannot die from sickle cell crisis. And so with that, I'd like to end my few remaining seconds by reading a poem that was recently published in Trinity Campus's literary magazine entitled Roots and Reflections. This is volume 4. My poem is entitled Race Massacre for Viola Fletcher. The world population is growing day by day. Soon it will top 8 billion, while bodies are still being discovered in unmarked graves in Tulsa, Oklahoma. More than 100 years after bombs were dropped on black-owned businesses, Black Wall Street turned red with fire and blood. 8 billion human hearts spinning on this rock, floating in infinite space, clinging for dear life.
How long is your poem?
There's 2 more stanzas, sir.
Okay.
I still see black bodies lying in the street. I still smell smoke and see fire. I still see black men being shot. I still see black businesses being burned. This was written for Viola Fletcher, a survivor of the Tulsa, Oklahoma massacre. She spoke to Congress 2 years ago in 2020 on this.
Next up is, forgive me if I pronounce it wrong, Charles Blauvelt. Is Charles here? Okay. Becky DeLune.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Becky DeLon, and I'm speaking for myself today. Senate Bill 1896 is now making its way through the Texas legislature. This bill, which will eliminate the requirement for independent reviews of Texas jail deaths when they are the result of natural causes, if it does not appear a crime has been committed, or when the person is lawfully executed. Tarrant County has a history of medical examiners providing false and misleading testimony to courts when testifying on suspicious deaths at the hands of city and county officials. Now we are faced with highly suspicious evidence in the case of Robert Miller that once again indicate that a cover-up is in play. Again, I will remind you that since 2019, there have been 45 deaths in the Tarrant County Jail, numerous lawsuits, and far too many reports of negligence, abuse, and dehumanizing practices that have led to preventable deaths. And these have been shrouded by secrecy and silence from our sheriff's office and most recently this court. When is this going to stop? What is happening here is that the voice of our community, our civil rights, human rights, are being ignored, devalued, and obscured by the will of a few who wish to be accountable to no one, so their voices are the law. These few are not seekers of truth or justice. They only seek power for themselves. I have no illusions there is an agenda coming from behind the scenes to take the power from the people of Tarrant County and to give it to a few who want to control without interference, even from the truth.
Thank you.
Next up is Sandy Blauvelt. Sandy here. GK, take a look at the Blauvelt's comments and just touch base with us on, not now, but what exactly is going on there, if there's anything that needs to be done or can be done.
Absolutely.
All right, next up is Doreen Geiger.
And I can speak to the Blauvelt. Yeah.
There's a number of comments about this issue.
So yeah, we've got issues out there. The group came and met with me today. They've been meeting with my staff. And so we need to, and my staff has met with Kristen to get direction. So we'll meet with the fire marshal. And
somebody's on it addressing it. That's what I was.
We're on it.
All right.
Thank you very much. My words are my own. I am speaking only for myself. Texas Senate Bill 1896 is by Senator Birdwell and states, requirement for a third-party investigation into a jail death does not apply if the inmate dies of natural causes or in a manner that does not indicate an offense has been committed. This bill has been voted out of committee and is headed for the Senate floor on the intent calendar for a vote any date May 1st or later. This bill would eliminate the requirement for any third-party investigations of deaths labeled natural causes or no criminal offense suspected. Our own Tarrant County Sheriff raised this issue at a hearing last year about this when he said, and I quote, Texas Rangers having to waste their time on needless investigations into custodial deaths. The determination of cause of death will be made in-house by the county. There have been 54 Tarrant County inmate deaths since 2018. Of major concern is the death of Robert Miller, whose death was attributed to a sickle cell crisis when Miller did not have that disease. There is a difference between sickle cell trait and sickle cell crisis. Research by KERA reporter Miranda Suarez refers to the American Society of Hematology that represents physicians and scientists who study blood and blood-related diseases. It states on the Society's website that sudden death in people with sickle cell trait is so rare, quote, cases where this is cited as the sole cause of death or a major contributor must be viewed with profound skepticism. Sudden death is an extraordinarily rare occurrence in sickle cell trait, and the finding of sickle cell trait is unlikely to supersede other inflicted traumas as the cause of major factor of death, unquote. This bill would allow cover-ups as to the cause of deaths of inmates in all Texas county jails. I hope everyone present will ask their senator to vote no on SB 1896. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Jennifer Martinez present? Jennifer Martinez. Okay, no. Next up is Ryan Price.
Greetings, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Ryan Price, and I'm the senior pastor at Broadway Baptist Church here in Fort Worth. And I also wish to speak on the county's recent decision to forego sending autopsy materials for review to the Chicago Medical Examiner in the case of Mr. Robert Miller. This decision is in significant conflict with the public's understanding of the intention of this court. And members of the public would like to know who had the authority to make this decision and whether or not the court is in agreement. In December, it was said that in order to avoid all appearance of impropriety, the county was sending the autopsy report to Chicago for review by an independent and distant third party. What has changed about the commitment to independence since December? It is erroneous to conclude that Mr. Miller died of sickle cell disease based solely on the fact that he had the sickle cell trait. And I believe it is a misrepresentation of the Mayo Clinic's report to say something to that effect. There are still many troubling questions to be answered about the circumstances of Mr. Miller's death. And I understand that it may be there may be shrewd legal reasons not to send the materials to Chicago. Any unflattering results would have to be shared with Mr. Miller's family's attorneys. But what about the decent thing to do? What about the right thing to do? What about the humane thing to do? The county's current strategy may win a court case, but it is in no way going to win the public's trust. I urge the Commission to direct county employees to send the materials along to the Chicago Medical Examiner for a full, independent review and public report to the people of Tarrant County and also the family of Mr. Miller. And as was recognized earlier, this Thursday is the National Day of Prayer. And it was said, God hears our prayers and God answers our prayers. And as a Christian pastor, I agree. And this is my prayer. And I ask that God will have you to hear it and also to answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Sharon Hines.
Good afternoon, Commission. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you. I would like to ask the Commission to request an independent investigation into the death of Robert Miller. And I'll just provide you some questions for yourselves, which might lead you to that decision. In 2019, you should ask, why would a homeless man who was arrested for panhandling end up dead in the county jail? Why, when they considered the fines and damage to a police car, he ended up dead in a county jail? He was headed for city jail, but ended up in the county jail and died. Are we criminalizing poverty? Are we going to ignore the effects of pepper spray on asthmatic? And I speak because of being the mother of an adopted son who's now 30, black male, who's asthmatic. This concerns me greatly. I've asked the Commission to consider sickle cell trait is to sickle cell anemia the same as having the HIV virus is to having AIDS. It's also the same as a coronavirus versus COVID-19. It's not the same thing. 1 in 12 black people will have the sickle cell trait. 1 in 100 Hispanic people will have the trait. I have 2 nieces right here in Texas with it, a niece and a son who are collegiate athletes with the trait. My chief from the Air Force has the trait, as does 4 members in his family. And I have carried the trait since my early 20s, I was notified. And the only symptom is that I'm always cold, like right now. I'm always cold. But people do not die from a sickle cell crisis because you carry the gene. I would just please ask the commission to consider some of these questions. Consider the John Hopkins report, consider the medical expert report, and be sure to note that we are concerned about the gene versus the disease, and are we going to ignore the effect of pepper spray on asthmatics? Please call for independent investigation to this matter. Do we believe that the Tarrant County jail system is perfect? We cannot, because a woman gave birth to a baby alone in a cell and the baby died, so the system cannot be perfect. So thank you for your time.
Next up is Kate Zimmerman.
I want to thank you for hearing me today. My name is Dr. Kate Zimmerman, and I'm here on my own behalf and on the behalf of about 100 of my neighbors concerning issues in our neighborhood. We had a very quiet residential neighborhood out in the county. You know, we could go walk on the streets and your kids could bike. And this is the neighborhood a lot of us grew up in. Some of our parents even grew up in this neighborhood. Last year, a large tract of land in the center of the neighborhood was sold to a couple of developers. The two that are causing the most trouble at the moment are the Truck Ranch owned by Joe Sterling and the Eden Industrial Park managed by Lyndon Todd. They came in, and that's when we discovered we seemed to be kind of powerless in the county. They built these lots. The one is finished and the other's under construction. They do not have any permits. We've checked with TSEC repeatedly. I mean, it's over an acre of land being disturbed. You have to have a permit. They don't have any. And we've tried talking to a lot of county agencies here, and no one can tell us why they don't have permits. This land is uphill of the Cagle Crow Road part of our community. These are people that are all on wells, very shallow wells. They're not in the aquifer, they're up on shallow wells of groundwater. These runoff from these places is completely unregulated at this time, and we have grave concerns. This is going to deny drinking water to about 35 of our families. We talked to TSEC, the Commission for Environmental Quality, and they said, they're not public wells, it's not our problem. They advised us to talk to a couple of water management agencies, who, when we called them, advised us to talk to TSEC. This is concerning to us. There is no city water on Cagle Crow Road. There are no fire hydrants on Cagle Crow Road. There is no high-pressure water source on Cagle Crow Road. There's only these superficial 10 to 12-foot deep wells. The Truck Ranch has indicated that it has plans to both sell and detonate fireworks in our neighborhood. This is appalling to us. In the last year, we've had 3 fireworks-related fires in our neighborhood. The Truck Ranch itself set fire to the neighborhood under construction. They backed into a pole. The sparks ignited one of my neighbor's properties. To the best of our knowledge, their crew didn't even call 911, and it burned most of my neighbor's property to the ground. There was no house there at the time. This is the kind of disdain they have for us. They've also cut down lots of trees that boundaried their property. When one of my neighbors called him and said, hey, you can't cut down my trees, the owner said, we've already done it, deal with it. When they finished the property, they put up lights. These lights are brighter than stadium lighting. When we've called and said, hey, this is really horrible, we can't see, it's dazzling, it hurts our eyes, the owner of the property, Joe Sterling, said, buy blackout curtains, and if you're too poor, I'll give you $100. They now want to set off fireworks. They're not talking about sparklers and poppy crackly things or bottle rockets. Joe Sterling sells fireworks. He sells the kinds of mortars that can travel upwards of 800 feet. These fireworks can explode with a radius of over 100 feet. They burn at over 2,000 degrees. His property is surrounded by dry grass, trees, houses, and the property he wants to set them off on, actually trucks park there. This is part of his job, is to park semis on this property. 1,000 feet away from this property is a gas well. We have tried.
Doctor, your time is up.
Okay.
Okay.
These are major concerns.
I know they're working on it, but I would also strongly encourage you to reach out to a lawyer about a public nuisance suit if you haven't already done that.
We already have, but we're hoping you guys can help us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is Merle Glasscock.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am Merle Glasscock. I am a member of Broadway Baptist Church. I am not here on Broadway's behalf. I am here because I believe in the justice initiatives of Broadway. My comments are my own. and I appreciate all of you allowing the public to speak before you. Since speaking before this Commissioner's Court over the last few months, I have observed the honesty and integrity of the journalists who cover these meetings. What they have reported that has been spoken when I have been in this chamber has been accurate in everything I have heard. One day last week, as I was reading the Star-Telegram reporting on the Robert Miller case, the facts were reported well. Then, whoops, something happened. Then, at the end of the article was a quote rebuking these facts. I was appalled. I should not need to repeat the story of Robert Miller, a homeless man with mental illness, to you. What happened to this man while in the hands of Tarrant County law enforcement was wrong. Miller was picked up as a panhandler in the area where panhandlers panhandle. Whenever I have been pulled over for a traffic incident, the law enforcement takes good time to check me out. Was Robert Miller checked out? He was mentally ill and had asthma, a serious condition. Robert Miller was never treated with dignity or concern as the quoted person indicated all prisoners were. Thank you for listening.
Next up is Geraldine Jackie Cox. She gone. Next up is Catherine Godby.
Good afternoon. I'm Catherine Godby with Broadway Baptist Justice Committee. When we met with Sheriff Wayburn back in August, our senior pastor, Ryan Price, in a friendly enough way, took the sheriff to task for having implied in a statement that the three of us who originally spoke up about the jail were less than truthful. Ryan said something along the lines of, at Broadway Baptist, we teach that telling the truth is a moral imperative. And the sheriff did apologize, which we appreciated. So with that as a backdrop, I want to ask you about this press release concerning Robert Miller's death. Your statement says nothing was ever sent to the consulting ME because the Mayo Clinic corroborated that Mr. Miller had the sickle cell trait, and this trait caused a sickle cell crisis, with the not-so-subtle implication that the crisis is what killed him. You never claim he had sickle cell disease, which he would have had to go into a crisis, and you never say what actually killed him. It stands to reason that this man died because he was pepper sprayed at close range in an enclosed room 3 times while his hands were cuffed and his legs were restrained. He was having a hard time breathing. He weighed a mere 160 pounds, and he was all alone. But we're supposed to believe that 3 healthy deputies felt threatened, so they had to treat him like that. If he had been treated with respect, he'd be alive today. It seems to me that this press release is attempting to deceive. Last time you met in talking about the TechShare thing, I noticed that Commissioner Ramirez used the term sunk cost fallacy. I think we might use that term here too. To continue thinking that anyone with an ounce of common sense and integrity is buying what that press release was trying to sell us is pure fantasy. Especially when dealing with a death in custody, don't you agree that truth-telling needs to be a moral imperative? I hope that you'll consider cutting your losses and telling us what really happened. Thank you.
Next up is Stephen Neal Foreman.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Neil Foreman. I live at 4730 Eden Road South with my wife Laura, my two boys Arthur and Willem, which is opposite the ranch, truck and RV park. I'm here regarding the fireworks permit about to be filed by Mr. Sterling opposite. I retired from CAL FIRE as a professional firefighter after being injured in the line of duty. I'm the former assistant chief of the fire department in California. I'm a certified hazmat first responder operator. I hold a CDL hazmat and tanker license in the state of Texas. There is no fire protection nearby. Our nearest department is Rendon, which is a volunteer department 15 to 20 minutes away, not equipped to handle large hazmat fires. There are hazmat tankers on the business property, which carry highly flammable chemicals. There is a natural gas facility within a few hundred feet of the property. There is a nearby gas welding supply company that has large amounts of highly flammable gas. It's near homes, brush, tall dry grass, wooded areas, families and livestock. The Craigle Road community, located directly behind Mr. Sterling's property, have no hydrants or viable water supply to fight fire. Semi-trucks pose a danger to people, and especially my kids, who wait by the side of the road for the school bus. I urge you, do not let Mr. Sterling set off fireworks on the property and do not issue him a permit. In summary, when and not if a fire happens, it will be catastrophic. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kenny Mosley Jr.
Afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Kenny Mosley Jr. I'm a community developer and the Executive Director for Renaissance Heights Foundation. I wanted to come here today to share with you so you can hear about what we're doing, who we are, and the important work that we are doing currently in the city and for the county, and also to share with you what's on the horizon for our organization. Renaissance Heights is a historic community in Fort Worth that is positioned for bold new possibilities. For nearly 100 years, the Mason Heights area in southeast Fort Worth functioned as the orphanage operated by the Masonic Lodge. When funding dried up, the Masons closed down the orphanage and sold the land in 2005. Today, the area is home to now an emerging 200-acre master plan mixed-use development that will provide exciting new opportunities. Renaissance Heights Foundation, or RHF, is the nonprofit organization serving as a bridge between residents, essential resources, and stakeholders in order to achieve better health outcomes. Our mission is to empower residents by identifying and eliminating barriers to well-being and success through community partnership. We collaborate with our partners and our stakeholders to increase access to healthy housing, cradle-to-college education, community wellness, and economic vitality to Black and brown neighborhoods. As a community quarterback, RHF aligns resources, partners from all sectors, including residents, to develop and execute the strategy for the overall effort. With over $2 million already invested in development, RHF has made remarkable strides to its goal, including establishing a TIF with the City of Fort Worth to promote and maintain our mixed-use developments. And as we know, one driver of neighborhood success is economic development. The shops at Renaissance Square offer 500,000 square feet of retail, Walmart grocery store providing fresh produce, and dining that serves as a catalyst for economic development in the region. Additional employment opportunities and retail options are now available in the area, which was once a food desert. For additional information on the work of our partners, you can refer to the one-pager that I provided for you. As the home to Texas's lowest life expectancy, we believe all families in Southeast Fort Worth should have access to green parks, housing, good schools, healthcare, wellness resources, and pathways to economic prosperity. Not just for the ones that live in the right zip code. Before my time is up, I'd like to leave you with what's on the horizon for the foundation. We're looking forward to embarking on our third and final phase of the Columbia Residential Project, making this a combined $81 million development. We've been very productive in fulfilling what started to be a $12.7 million gap after recently deepening our relationships with the city of Fort Worth by $4 million. We are now sitting at an $8.7 million gap. Your court's decision to allocate ARPA funding towards housing is truly admirable and showcases your commitment to community. I'm delighted to hear about this positive step, and I'm thrilled to collaborate with you in the future to advance Southeast Fort Worth together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Robert Van II.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert Van. I live in Fort Worth, Texas. Most of what I planned to say has already been said, so I'm going to cut this short. I'm here to ask, as have so many others, that Sheriff Wayburn and this court follow through on your promise to allow an independent medical examination of the death of Robert Miller while he was incarcerated in Tarrant County Jail. A couple of extra things that I might throw in. Tarrant County Jail has repeatedly failed inspections by the Texas Commission on Jail Standards. Doesn't say much about it. As far as the number of prisoners who have died in Tarrant County Jail, the figures available from 2020 indicate that 21 prisoners died in Tarrant County Jail, as opposed to the much bigger Dallas County Jail, where 8 died. And it was also mentioned by Ms. DeLon, I believe, that Tarrant County has a history of medical examiners being accused of providing false and misleading testimony, and that included former MEs Dr. Krause and Dr. Pirwani. And this history does make it imperative that an independent examination be permitted when requested by interested parties. It has been mentioned by a couple of folks that Sheriff Wayburn was intimately involved in working to promote Senate Bill 1896 by Senator Birdwell that is now working its way through Texas House and Senate. This would do very great harm to investigations into the deaths in jails. So I am happy to be part of a justice coalition. Broadway Baptist began this, and it now involves about 30 different organizations, the religious and faith organizations in Fort Worth, including a couple of the largest churches. We all demand that true and verifiable answers about just what happened to Robert Miller, as well as transparency regarding ongoing problems at Tarrant County Jail, be dealt with. We are involved, we vote, and we will not rest until we get answers. Thank you.
Are there any members of the Blauvelt family here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you, who are you?
I'm Charlie Blauvelt.
Okay. Do you want to speak? You certainly don't have to, but I had about 4 of you.
They're on their way. They got hung up.
Okay.
I'm Charlie Blauvelt, and I live at 7220 Dr. Garrison Road. This is part of the, I guess, the ongoing discussion that was happening before I got here this afternoon about the development on Eden Road. And I'm sure that they presented a lot of different facts and everything too, but really I wanted to come and appeal to your personal side. 15 years ago, I was homeless. Absolutely homeless, living with my 3-year-old daughter at the time. And I worked for 15 years to get to a point to where I finally had some freedom. I had a piece of land. Bought this piece of land with my father. My father and I built houses on it. I just completed construction in September of last year. My mother and father live next door. My mother has Alzheimer's. She's extreme anxiety disorders. She can't be around many people. She can't be around loud noises. She will have a panic attack if she's in a room with balloons My wife is a disabled Navy veteran suffering with PTSD. She homeschools my 4 daughters. And sometimes we can't even walk down the street because of all the traffic, because of these trucks, because of all the construction. The dust is horrific. The noise level goes on all night long. It's not a peaceful community. It's not what I spent the last 15 years trying to build. And now I'm being taxed on a property that we have close to $1 million in, and I couldn't give it away. And I just appeal to your personal side. Help us, please.
Thank you. Next up is Harriet Harrell. Is Harriet here?
I'm here to speak as forcefully as I can on 2 very significant topics. First, I ask you to honor the full amount of ARPA funding for housing that this court voted to support. The reason that you're contemplating stripping money from housing is to build a new training center for the Sheriff's Department for $50 million. And so I ask you, is there a design for this proposed training center? We learned this morning that there needs to be an architectural engineer plan that the state requires. Does that exist? Are there architectural plans? Do you know how it will fit with the other capital projects of the county? Is there a budget? Can you demonstrate to the citizens of Tarrant County that this $50 million is fiscally responsible? Or, at this point, is this just an unresearched dream that you're proposing to fund by siphoning money away from carefully researched solutions to real problems in Tarrant County? A training center can be deferred for budgeting and planning. Human lives cannot. Let me give you an example of how important the dollars you're talking about cutting are. You just heard about Renaissance Heights on East Berry and 287, which is planning to build a 3rd mixed-income apartment complex with 26 units for permanent supportive housing. To make the financing work, they need a portion of these ARPA funds. It is a particularly unique opportunity because not only does the apartment complex have case management services, but as you heard, Renaissance Heights is designed to increase the health, education, and economic health of low-income residents. It is just what these people who would live in the PSH units need. And it's smart. Similar services at Casa de la Suerta saved JPS $1 million in its first year. Renaissance Heights is a part of a detailed plan to house the homeless, and this court voted for the budget to implement it. We will be responding to the RFP that you issued this morning to save lives and to create a stronger, more equitable community. You are in the unique position to significantly help end chronic homelessness here. How can you even contemplate saying no to that? Do what you know is both honorable and fiscally prudent. Do not reduce the impact of your own RFP. Do not cut the ARPA funds for housing that this court committed to invest. One sentence on my second topic, and that is with regard to Robert Miller. I want you to know that a growing community justice network is collectively asking the DOJ for an investigation. We ask that you add your signatures to ours as we submit this, because
Okay,
you,
your time
after
is up.
all,
Thank you.
are the ones who are responsible.
Your time
Thank
is
you.
up. Okay, I saw several people come in. Is it the Blauvelt family? Did you come in? All right, if you signed up to speak, or even if you didn't, you're welcome to come up and speak if you'd like to.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry I'm late.
You're welcome. Am I saying your name correctly?
Yes.
Blauvelt?
I'm Sandy Blauvelt.
Okay. All right.
I live at 7228 Dr. Garrison Road, which is less than 1,000 feet from the planned firework, whatever you call it. And I just, you know, I retired. I spent my retirement savings, and for the last 4 years, I worked 24/7 building a peaceful haven for my family and our exotic animals. And now this dream is at risk of being destroyed. Holidays involving fireworks are already really stressful on our animals. One of my kangaroos got spooked and broke his leg trying to jump the fence, and one of my deer broke his neck. My dog shakes, his heart races, he hides in the closet. And it breaks my heart to watch these animals suffer. And this is just due to the normal fireworks in our community. But, you know, I support my neighbors' rights to celebrate. But a crowd of outsiders less than 1,000 feet away from our property, turning our property into a virtual war zone, it's just not right. I asked the owner if I could, the owner of the firework enterprise, if I could just pay him his expected income on allowing people to set off fireworks on his property. And he replied that it would be a really big number. You know, we're not talking about a few firecrackers. We're talking about dynamite-sized pyrotechnics going over our home. And, that's just not right. And I just want to do something about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the Blauvelt family that wants to speak? Okay, that's all the people we have signed up to speak. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak on a topic? You can go. Come on. Not you, but I'll get to you in a minute. Yeah, it's okay. State your name and.
My name is Kara Rice. I am the mother of Javier Rice, who is currently in Kimball. He's been there since March 25th due to Fort Worth PD as a tactic of me speaking out against my oldest son, the injustice of the criminal justice, who's currently in TDCJ right now. But I'm not here for that young man right now. I'm here to help him get his brother out of Kimball. He's been locked up since March 25th. March 25th of 2023. And his court date has been changed. His court date, and I didn't know it, it was on Thursday. There's no reason to hold him. There's no reason at all. He's never been in trouble before. He is 16 years old. He has a mental health issue. And because the Tarrant County employees have become complicit with Fort Worth PD to trying to, in retaliation as a tactic against me for speaking out publicly against the injustice of my son, Jalen Rice. The Tarrant County employees are willing to hurt some children because of their retaliation against me for me speaking out what they have wrongfully done to my oldest son. It's not okay. Now they have him in custody. Court date was changed. I didn't even know about it. He is an innocent young boy. He's never been in trouble. I had to literally move to Plano to escape the harassment of Fort Worth PD. And it's still going on. He was at a friend's house, 1 of 5 only arrested. And the whole report was fabricated by Fort Worth PD. I mean, so many lies in that report, which one of your employees, the intake worker at Tarrant County, admitted. It was enough lies to change the narrative to the story. My son should not be in there. We are in May 1st. He's been there for over 30 days. Over 30 days. He was at a friend's house out here in Fort Worth. I allowed him to go to this friend's house. The police came in and did an unauthorized search. And when they located my son, Javier Rice, what they did was the whole narrative changed and made it about my family. They had this woman thinking I was some type of criminal. My family, I don't intend to commit no crimes, and I don't commit no crimes. All I do is I am a single mother of 5 children who wants the best for them. They're already struggling enough with their brother who was being held hostage as well. But why would you guys became complicit to trying to bring down my family with the city. And that you're hurting children. It's not okay. I'm asking that you guys order the release of Javier Rice. There is no reason for him to be down there. He comes from a good home. A good home. Just because you come from a single parent home, it does not mean you don't have love. I show up every time for my kids and I advocate for them as well. But you can't harm kids in the midst of trying to, if you want to harm me, take it out on me, not my children.
Thank you.
Mr. Manius, would you speak with this lady and find out where her son is incarcerated and what he's charged with?
Yes, sure will.
Please state your name.
Linda Hanratty. And I came and I had a whole thing on Robert Miller, but everybody said everything and more. The only thing I would do is urge you to fund a thorough, impartial investigation by an outside investigative body that provides real answers and helps restore community faith in our county jail. The other things, it's ironic that you're cutting funding for housing for the homeless when Robert Miller was homeless. Do we want to have housing for the homeless, or do we want to keep them in our jails and kill them? I mean, that's a question. The other thing I have is sitting here, I have hearing impairment. I have hearing aids, very expensive hearing aids that are brand new, and I still have a hard time understanding the people who are speaking here. It looks like, and I had trouble hearing Mr. O'Hare. It seems to me that you need to spend some money on the sound system here so that the audience can hear what people are talking in this right here, and you all need to either speak louder or improve your sound system, because if we sit here for 3 or 4 hours and can't understand half of what people are saying, like that poor woman that just talked, you aren't being transparent to the community. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Okay, seeing none, please remain seated and silent while I read the following statement. The Commissioners Court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under sections 551071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. We are now in recess. Okay.
Okay, can you turn this on? Okay, great, thank you. There we go.
All right. We are back from executive session. There is one item to address after executive session, which was posted on the agenda as item E1, the potential settlement of the opioid litigation with some defendants. Do we have a motion or discussion on this item?
Move approval of the settlement.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve the settlement as described in executive session and listed on the agenda. We have a motion to second. Any further discussion or questions? All right, please cast your vote. Okay, it passes unanimously. That's all the items we have on today's agenda. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, cast your vote. We are adjourned. Thank you. Have a good day.